Hey, it's been a while. How about I give you a question to solve? If you get it right, I'll make you the CEO of my company. Sounds exciting, doesn't it? Especially since you're wearing such a cheap suit. The same cold gaze as before pierced through me. I was being mocked by a high school classmate I had run into by chance. Back in the day, she always looked down on me like this. You haven't changed a bit. Well, I've progressed. I'm in charge of a major project at my father's company. It's the kind of work you can't even begin to imagine. Her words stirred a mix of nostalgia and a faint pang of pain. Time might have passed, but her words were as sharp as ever. It was clear she still looked down on me. She pulled out her phone, checking something before speaking. All right, here's one. From last year's Q4 exchange rates and this year's total M&A figures in the Asian retail market. Calculate the projections for the next 6 months. Watching her act this way brought back vivid memories of our high school days. Can't figure it out? Even this? Well, it just proves there's a level of difference between us. The honor student smirked with a malicious grin she only ever showed to me. The classmates around us awkwardly avoided eye contact. But unlike back then, I wasn't the high school kid who just silently endured it. 10 years had passed, and those years had changed me. Well, you still don't get it, do you? She raised the corners of her mouth, her confidence evident. Ignoring her expectations, I opened my mouth. I solved it. That was easy. So, how about making me the CEO now? When I immediately answered, she started trembling. And this encounter would turn out to be a pivotal moment that changed both our destinies. My name is Michael. I'm 32 years old. I work as a consultant specializing in the retail industry at a company called Global Alliance Partners in Singapore. From market research for retail businesses aiming to expand into Asia to improving the profitability of existing stores and formulating strategies for new openings, I've helped solve countless challenges for clients. For the future of our clients. That's the belief driving my work. I address each corporate issue head-on and find solutions. Not superficial advice, but proposals for fundamental reforms with the company's future in mind. That's my way of working. Back in high school, I had to give up on going to college due to family circumstances. In the spring of my senior year, my mother was diagnosed with leukemia. My father had passed away because of an accident in a factory when I was in elementary school. From then on, it was just the two of us, living life as best we could. My mother worked tirelessly day and night to raise me. At times, she juggled 3 jobs to support us. Even so, she had been slowly saving up for my college tuition. You're smart, Michael. I absolutely want you to go to college. She used to say that, smiling despite her exhaustion. But everything changed when her illness was discovered. She had to quit her job to undergo treatment. The medical bills were astronomical. The education savings my mother had built up were used to cover her treatment costs. I started delivering newspapers at 4 a.m. and worked at a pub after school. Even then, it wasn't enough to cover the massive expenses. When the time came for career counseling, my teacher, Mr. Thompson, approached me. Michael, with your grades, you could easily aim for a national college. I'm sorry. I've decided to give up on college. Why? You have so much potential. I told him everything. About my mother's illness and our financial struggles. Mr. Thompson let out a deep sigh and began speaking quietly. I've had a similar experience myself. What? My father was ill as well. I almost gave up on going to college during high school. I was at a loss for words at his unexpected confession. Mr. Thompson, always composed and stricter than anyone, had such a past? But I didn't give up. I worked during the day and attended night school. I studied hard and earned my teaching license. People can change. That's what I believe. His eyes held a sincere and steady light. Michael, it might be difficult for you to go to college right now, but that doesn't mean your life is over. There's always a way. Mr. Thompson pulled a book from his desk drawer. This is the English reference book I used back then. I want you to have it. But night schools and vocational programs are options where you can work and study at the same time. English will be a valuable skill for your future. He even researched school options and scholarship programs for me. Sometimes, he stayed late into the night to tutor me. Life isn't a straight line, sometimes you need to take a detour. Those words resonated deeply within me. Shortly before my mother passed away, she spoke to me in her hospital room. Michael, I feel like I've made you give up your dreams because of me. No, Mom. I haven't given up on my dreams. What? I'll climb up, no matter what. And I'll become someone you can be proud of. From then on, I studied relentlessly. I worked during the day and attended vocational school at night. I taught myself English and acquired knowledge about trade. The reference book Mr. Thompson gave me remains one of my most treasured possessions. 10 years later, when I became the CEO in Singapore, he was the first person I called to share the news. You've done so well, Michael. His voice over the phone sounded as if it were trembling slightly. Even now, we exchange New Year's cards every year. And on the anniversary of my mother's passing, I always receive a message from him. I'm sure your mother is proud of you. Those words are a constant source of encouragement. People can change. The words Mr. Thompson said back then are still my foundation. That's why I understand so deeply. Every person, every company has the chance to change. Believing in that potential and supporting them with all my might. That's my job. However, having a strong belief doesn't guarantee good health. I stared at the health checkup results on my desk. It had already been a week since a doctor in Singapore told me, you need a detailed examination. With a major project underway, I thought there was no way I could take an extended leave. That's what I believed. But the recent changes in my health were clearly a sign that something was wrong. I'll return to Japan and undergo a proper examination. When I said those words at the Singapore office, wait a minute. Sophia, my secretary, jumped up from her seat in a panic. What about next week's presentation? The negotiations? What are we going to do about everything? Well, we'll just put everything off. Wait a second. Sophia narrowed her eyes suspiciously. You've been eating late-night ramen again, haven't you? A moment of silence. Well, you see. Singapore's ramen is just so delicious. Didn't I tell you to cut back on eating ramen at midnight? Yes. I'm sorry. Fine. I'm coming with you. I'll manage your meals perfectly. Her glare was already that of a drill sergeant. Still, late-night ramen in Singapore really is amazing. As I was thinking about that, Sophia shot me another sharp look. When I landed at Haneda Airport, the familiar air brushed against my skin. I headed straight to the university hospital, where the doctor told me with a serious expression, "You'll need to be hospitalized for about a week for further tests." I had expected this, but hearing it as a concrete reality carried a different weight. Would it be possible to start next week? I glanced at my schedule as I responded, but the doctor shook his head. It's better to do the tests sooner rather than later. Please prepare for admission the day after tomorrow. I see. I'll do it. I hope they don't find anything serious. With that uneasy thought, I left the examination room and headed to the waiting area. On my way, I suddenly stopped in my tracks. A woman was walking down the hallway toward me. Dressed in a black suit with a poised and dignified demeanor, her presence was unmistakable. Those distinctive almond-shaped eyes and her upright posture. Even after 10 years, there was no mistaking her. I could never forget the person who used to glare at me every day. Emily. A high school classmate. Oh. She noticed me too, stopping in her tracks. She instantly recognized me, of course. After all, I was someone she mocked nearly every day. Is that you, Michael? How nostalgic. Her voice was calm. Alhuff, there was a faint trace of surprise. Emily. I can't believe we'd run into each other here. Has it been 10 years? She looked me over from head to toe and slightly tilted her chin upward. The same mannerism as back in high school. It felt as though time had rewound. Still the same, huh? That cheap suit. You're a working professional now, aren't you? You could at least wear something better. The same cold gaze. Her words carried a faint hint of mockery as her lips curled into a sardonic smile. In high school, she always looked down on me like this. And you haven't changed either. Emily let out a small, amused laugh at my response. Her smile was laced with unmistakable superiority. Well, I've made progress. I'm in charge of a major project at my father's company. The kind of work you couldn't even imagine. Her words brought with them a wave of nostalgia mixed with a faint sting. Even after all these years, her words were as sharp as ever. 10 years had passed, but nothing had changed. If anything, the air around her had grown colder and sharper. Looking at her brought vivid memories of high school rushing back. Back then, Emily prided herself on being the top student in our grade. I was always second. Sometimes the gap was just a single point, other times she outscored me by nearly 20. But it was when the gap was smallest that she was most relentless in berating me. She always looked down on me. The fact that she was the daughter of the CEO of the major company Summit Construction probably added to her haughty demeanor, or so I thought back then. Michael, can you solve this problem? Lunch breaks, after school, passing in the hallway. She would go out of her way to stop me and ask. You can't do it, can you? Even something this simple? Well, it just proves there's a level of difference between us. Her wicked smile, one she reserved solely for me, lingered in my memory. Our classmates would awkwardly avert their eyes, unsure of what to do. From calculus problems to English syntax and even specialized economic terminology. Emily constantly bombarded me with challenges. Every single one of them went beyond the textbook curriculum. Did you figure out the last problem? It's been 3 days, and you still can't answer? She delighted in watching me struggle. Emily, lunch break is almost over. Her friend would sometimes remind her, but she wouldn't stop. She just kept throwing problems at me. If you can't solve this, you'll never get into a top company. Oh, wait, sorry, you don't even seem like you'll get into college. She deliberately spoke in a loud voice, ensuring all our classmates could hear. Her face would glow with satisfaction in those moments. There's no way you can catch up to me. But try your best to chase after me, okay? Otherwise, it wouldn't be fun for me. Sometimes, she would write difficult problems on the blackboard before leaving the classroom. She never gave me the answers. She simply took pleasure in watching me wrestle with them. I like seeing the look on your face when you can't solve a problem. She once said, laughing. Even now, her voice echoes in my mind. It's been 10 years. And she hasn't changed one bit. But I am no longer the high school student who silently endured her taunts. So, how about solving a problem for old time's sake? Emily's smile was just as cruel as before. If you solve it, let's see. I'll make you the CEO of my company. She spoke as if it were a joke, pulling out her phone. After looking something up, she said, All right, here's one. Based on last December's exchange rates and the total M&A value in the Asian retail market this year, what's the projected? 7.8%. I cut her off with an immediate response. What? You're talking about the projected growth rate for the ASEAN retail market, right? Based on exchange rate fluctuations in last year's M&A totals. The next 6 months point to 7.8%. However, excluding Indonesia, it drops to 6.2%. Emily's eyes widened in shock. Why? Indonesia? Considering local regulatory easing and the growing investment appetite of Japanese firms. The ongoing currency depreciation since last year is also within expected parameters. I shrugged casually. This kind of analysis was just part of my daily work. What? What does this mean? That Michael. Could it just be a guess? No, it's too accurate for that. Emily mumbled under her breath. It seemed she couldn't comprehend the situation. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed down the hallway. Mr. Redfield. How did the test results go? A woman in a suit called out with concern in her voice. It was Sophia. She had returned to Japan with me, stopping by our Japan branch in the morning before accompanying me to the hospital. Well, I'll need to be hospitalized for a week for further tests. I see. In that case, I'll adjust the upcoming schedule to accommodate the hospitalization. Thanks, and sorry for the trouble. For you, Mr. Redfield, this is nothing. Sophia clenched her fist in a confident gesture, brimming with enthusiasm. She really was dependable. Oh my, you two seem quite close. Like she is playing as secretary. Emily interjected, stepping between Sophia and me. Her tone was as overbearing as ever. And who might you be? Sophia stepped forward, her tone steady. Me? I'm Emily. His classmate. Her self-introduction carried the unmistakable pride of a high society daughter. But what followed far exceeded her expectations. Is that so? I am Sophia, the personal secretary to Mr. Redfield. Emily chuckled, seemingly amused. But her smile didn't last long. Oh, playing CEO and secretary? How adorable. Emily said mockingly, glancing between Sophia and me. Sophia, however, stared at her as though examining a peculiar specimen. Do you truly not know who he is? This is Mr. Redfield, the CEO of Global Alliance Partners. Sophia's calm statement seemed to lend credibility to the revelation. Emily's expression froze. As if time itself had stopped, she stood there, motionless. What? Is that true? Yes. Her voice cracked as her eyes widened in disbelief. Global Alliance Partners? That's the company in Singapore, isn't it? The largest retail consulting firm in Asia. Oh, I seem to have forgotten to hand you my card. My apologies. Sophia presented a business card bearing the name and logo of Global Alliance Partners, along with her title. Emily's trembling hand accepted the card. This can't be. The color drained from her face. Her gaze shifted to me, her expression transforming with every passing second. This is a joke. You're the CEO of that Global Alliance Partners? It's no joke, Emily. I replied calmly. No. This can't be. I was supposed to be ahead of you, better than you. Her voice trembled. My company's capital and workforce significantly surpassed her father's company. Her pride might have been utterly shattered. That thought made me feel slightly apologetic. I can't believe it, that Michael from back then, overtaking me. This is unacceptable. Her once arrogant demeanor had completely disappeared, and her voice wavered uncontrollably. The perfectly composed expression on her face visibly crumbled. Her trembling fingers gripped the business card tightly, wrinkling it. You're just throwing numbers around. Real skill, that's a different story. Emily stubbornly clung to her pride to the very end. Seeing her like this, I felt a twinge of sadness. Excuse me, but aren't you being incredibly rude? Mr. Redfield delivers speeches at international conferences. He's been featured in Singaporean economic magazines. Sophia tried to defend me. But Emily wasn't listening anymore. I won't accept this. Never. She turned sharply on her heel, the sound of her steps echoing as she walked away. Her retreating figure exuded a palpable sense of defeat. Who does she think she is? How rude! Sophia fumed, clearly angered. Emily's attitude was just as overbearing as ever. But, let it go, I said with a wry smile. I could somewhat understand Emily's feelings. She had her own pride, in her own way. She was incredibly disrespectful. To speak to you like that. That's just part of her charm from our high school days. Mr. Redfield, you're far too forgiving. It's admirable, but also a bit concerning. Ah, thanks. I chuckled while holding onto the patient ID card. Running into Emily had been surprising, but my hospitalization starting next week was the real focus now. Now is the time to face it. Third day of tests. I sat alone on a bench in the hospital garden, letting out a deep sigh. The results weren't out yet. The doctor had only told me, we'll need a few more tests. Apparently, it would take some time. I just hoped it wasn't anything serious. Bathed in the light of the setting sun, I checked emails from my Singapore office. Even though I was hospitalized, I couldn't completely detach from work. That's when I felt someone walking past. Looking up, I saw Emily again. Oh, it's you again? Emily? Her tone was still haughty. But there was something different about her voice. It sounded fatigued, or maybe tinged with a sense of urgency. Yeah, I'm here for some tests. Oh? Are you not feeling well? They're not sure yet. What about you? Are you here for something? Mind your own business. Emily tried to sound tough, but there was an undeniable lack of energy in her voice. Then suddenly, Emily was approached by a voice. Oh? Emily! Fancy running into you here. A cheerful voice echoed through the hospital garden. Turning around, I saw a middle-aged man approaching with a relaxed stride. His impeccably tailored navy suit fit him like a glove, and a gold watch on his left wrist gleamed conspicuously. Despite his friendly demeanor, the air around him offered no sense of comfort. David. Emily's voice stiffened as she addressed him. I'm here for a routine checkup, part of the company's annual health checkup. The man spoke in a light, casual tone. His gaze soon turned toward me as well. And who might this gentleman be? I'm Michael Redfield from Global Alliance Partners, I introduced myself. David's eyes widened in surprise. What? You're the Mr. Redfield. My apologies for not recognizing you sooner. He immediately switched to a more formal tone, pulling out a business card. As I accepted it, I saw that he was an executive at the company of Emily's father. Emily, you know him? We went to high school together. Well, isn't that something? What a remarkable connection. David's smirk was filled with thinly veiled malice. His ability to blend polite remarks with mockery spoke to years of practice. If you'd mentioned knowing Mr. Redfield earlier, we could have handled that recent deal much more favorably. On the surface, his tone was joking. But his words were carefully calculated to wound Emily's pride. By the way, Emily, does your being here mean you're unwell? You've been on leave for a while, haven't you? With a tone of feigned concern, he delivered the final blow. David's voice was laced with malice. I heard you were in charge of an important project, but lately, there's been talk about a lack of results. Don't worry, though. I'll take over the project if needed. Emily's voice rose sharply in response. I can do it. She forced the words out, trying her best to sound resolute. But David's smug smile didn't waver. Is that so? Well, the bosses have been saying otherwise, but don't stress yourself too much. Emily's face grew visibly pale. There are two kinds of bullying in this world. One that uses physical power, and the other that exploits a person's vulnerabilities to wear them down emotionally. What was unfolding before me was undoubtedly the latter. Excuse me, but Emily and I were in the middle of a conversation. When I stepped in front of Emily, David's expression stiffened for a moment. But he quickly regained his perfect smile. "Oh, my apologies. I'll leave you two to it, then." With a lingering smirk, he walked away. Silence descended. Emily stood there, her head bowed and her shoulders trembling. In that moment, she looked unexpectedly vulnerable. "Michael, I'm sorry for what I said before. For someone like me to say I'd make you a CEO, it's laughable, isn't it? Now David mocks me. And I seem so unreliable." Emily whispered in a frail voice. "Emily, I might not be able to stay at the company much longer." At that moment, Emily began coughing. The sound of her coughs, louder and harsher than anything I'd heard before, made me worry. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. This is nothing. It happens all the time," she said, pressing a hand against her chest. Her expression betrayed the discomfort she was trying to downplay. "Why didn't you tell me?" "Tell you what?" "That you're also a patient here at this hospital." Emily hesitated, then slowly lowered her gaze. "You noticed?" "I figured it out from the conversation earlier, your long leave of absence, and the fact you were here in the thoracic surgery ward." Emily gave a wry smile. "Yes. It's pneumothorax. Recurrent pneumothorax. Since last year, I've had occasional chest pain. But with work being so busy, by the time I realized it was serious, it had worsened. Now they say I need surgery. But taking a long leave? If I take time off now, the project will." "Emily, I'm scared," she admitted softly. "Scared?" "Yes, of the surgery, of what happens next, of everything." Her voice trembled. It was a vulnerability she would have never shown in the past, and now, she made no effort to hide it. "I couldn't sleep last night. What if the surgery fails? What if I can never return to work? The thought suffocates me." Emily leaned back against the bench, looking up at the clear blue sky. "I'll let down my father, the employees who trusted me. I'll betray everyone." Tears began to fall. But composed and confident Emily was nowhere to be seen. In her place was a fragile, scared young woman. "But I can't take this anymore. If this keeps up, I don't give up," I said firmly. "You need to get treated properly now. If you keep ignoring it, it'll only happen again." "No, you don't understand." Suddenly, Emily shouted. She stood up from the bench and turned to face me. "You don't understand, Michael. You can't possibly know how I feel." Her emotions burst forth, her words spilling uncontrollably. The trees in the garden seemed to absorb her anguished voice. "You're doing fine, aren't you? Being a CEO, trusted by everyone. You don't know what it's like to feel as pathetic as I do." "Emily, shut up. I don't need your pity." Emily took a few steps back, but wavered, collapsing to her knees. As I moved to support her, she pushed my hand away. "Don't touch me. Just leave me alone. But, please, just leave me alone." Her voice grew fainter. The spring breeze swept gently between us. "I'm fine on my own, on my own." But then, another coughing fit started. This time, it was even more violent than before. "Emily, I'm fine, it's nothing." But the coughing didn't stop. Her face grew pale. "I'm calling a nurse." "No. I'm fine. Stop it." I couldn't help but raise my voice. It echoed across the hospital garden. "Why are you trying so hard to act tough?" Because I'm weak. My personality, this illness, it's all because I'm weak." "What are you talking about? Being sick has nothing to do with your personality. Don't lecture me about details." Face reality. I won't. Reality? You mean the reality you're running away from? Emily's eyes widened. What do you know? What could you possibly understand? I do understand. You've always hidden yourself behind a shell. I'm not hiding behind anything. This is who I am. Is it, really? You're strong, Emily. And because you're strong, it's okay to let yourself be weak sometimes. There are people who will support you. That's not true. I remember the old you. The girl who listened to classmates' worries and secretly encouraged them. The girl who looked out for struggling juniors. You remembered that? Emily's eyes began to glisten with tears. Of course. The honor student who always challenged me with tricky problems turned out to be a kind soul too. I gently placed a hand on her back, offering comfort. It was as if the surrounding scenery was slowly seeping into her, grounding her. So, stop pushing yourself so hard. I'll accept every part of you, even your weaknesses. At that moment, large tears spilled from Emily's eyes. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. She cried loudly as I softly embraced her. I'm scared. I'm so scared. I know. I want to live. There's still so much I want to do. Her trembling voice broke through her sobs. The cherry blossoms swayed gently, as if acknowledging her cry. I'm scared of the surgery, of what comes next, but I don't want to give up. I know. Her voice, now interwoven with tears, reached my ears. There's no need to give up. I said quietly. You told me something back then, remember? You'll never catch up to me. But try your best to keep chasing, okay? Well, those words made me stronger. They kept me going. I wouldn't be who I am today without you. I made you. Yeah. This time, I'll be the one to support you. But if I have the surgery, I'll be away from work for a while. Don't worry about that. I'll help keep things running until you're ready to return. What? So, focus on your treatment. Emily, tears streaming down her face, gave a small nod. Thank you. Michael. Her words were free of the sharp edge they once carried. Instead, they held a warmth and softness I hadn't heard before. From then on, I frequently visited Emily's hospital room. You really don't have to come every day. Emily smiled shyly from her hospital bed. Her surgery was scheduled for the following week. Don't worry about it. My test results came back, it was just because of overwork, I said with a grin. Fortunately, there were no serious issues, and I was only advised to make some lifestyle changes. I felt a bit deflated, wondering what the multiple appointments had been for, but I was relieved that nothing was wrong. So, can I see the project materials? Are you sure? Of course. I made a promise, didn't I? After a moment of hesitation, Emily pulled the documents from beside her bed. Actually, I have a vision for this redevelopment project. Her eyes began to shine again. I want to make this a success, no matter what. There was a resolute determination in her voice. Sounds like there's a deeper reason. This area, it's where my grandmother used to live. I want to create a new place for people who were displaced by the redevelopment. Now I see. That explained Emily's deep attachment to the project. Sophia. I called out to my secretary, who had been standing quietly in the background. She remained with her arms crossed, her expression clearly tinged with caution. Yes? Can you help with this project? Are you serious? Sophia replied, her discontent evident. I'm sorry, Mr. Redfield, but I can't trust Emily. She said in an unusually strong tone. It was understandable. After all, Emily had treated her with a high-handed attitude until just recently. I'm asking you, Sophia. But, before I could say more, Emily bowed deeply to Sophia. I truly apologize. At the time, I couldn't recognize my own weakness. Acting tough was the only way I knew to protect myself. Her voice trembled. But there was no falsehood in her words. But for this project, please, I need your help. Emily opened the documents and began explaining each page with care. I personally went to every household in this area to listen to their concerns. This place holds my grandmother's memories. I want to make sure no one gets left behind in the redevelopment. Her words gradually softened Sophia's expression. This is a community with many elderly residents, so we've planned extensive barrier-free designs. We're also including a community center here to preserve the neighborhood bonds. I don't want anyone to feel lonely. Emily's voice grew more fervent. Her hands trembled slightly as they turned the pages of the documents, but her eyes were filled with unwavering determination. I absolutely need to make this project a success. Please lend me your support. Once again, she bowed deeply. Sophia watched her intently for a moment. All right, Sophia replied with a sigh. Her tone, however, was noticeably softer than before. Thank you, Sophia. This time, Emily's smile carried no trace of arrogance. Instead, it radiated pure gratitude. Just then, the door to the hospital room swung open. Emily, still working even in a place like this? David entered with a casual stride. David, what are you doing here? Emily's voice tensed. David narrowed his eyes, gauging her reaction. Why, to visit you, of course, he said in a friendly tone. Yet, beneath the surface of his words was a faint, poisonous undercurrent. His gaze landed on Emily's documents as he spoke with practiced elegance. Shouldn't you focus on resting? It might be better for the company if you did. He gave special weight to the phrase "for the company," making it sound as though Emily's very presence was a hindrance. Beneath his feigned concern was a deliberate and subtle intimidation. I won't give up, Emily declared firmly. Oh, but you know. David's lips slowly curled into a smile. It looked like a kind expression, yet there was something unsettling about it. If this project fails, you might find yourself removed from the list of candidates for the next company's CEO, wouldn't you agree? His tone was casual, as if they were discussing something trivial. Yet the underlying threat in his words was unmistakable. And if that were to happen, well, I might just. For a fleeting moment, a calculating glint flashed in his eyes. No, I suppose I shouldn't go that far, he muttered, letting his words trail off. But the implication was clear. I have people who support me. So there's no need for your concern, Emily said, glancing toward us. Her eyes now held no trace of doubt. For a split second, David's expression stiffened. But he quickly masked it, forcing a polished smile back onto his face. The way he perfectly adjusted his gentlemanly mask spoke of years of practiced experience. Even the sound of his footsteps as he turned on his heel seemed deliberately light and calculated. As he walked out, the way he carried himself seemed to deliver an unspoken warning that this was far from over. Hey, Emily said softly. For the first time, I feel like I can trust someone. She continued, her voice gentle yet resolute, her usual poise intact. Since high school, everyone around me only saw my status or my family background. No one ever looked at the real me. Emily. That's why I pretended to be strong, to protect myself. I acted high-handed to keep people at a distance. Emily said, her head slightly bowed as she smiled faintly. But now it's different. You, Michael, see me not as the heiress of Summit Construction, but as a person. She slowly turned to face me, her eyes shimmering with tears. I'm scared of the surgery. But I won't run away anymore. I can stand up to David, too. And it's because of you that I feel this way. Emily. Just as I opened my mouth to respond, a nurse entered the room. "I'm sorry to disturb you. Emily, it's time for your blood draw. You're not disturbing us." I stood up and raised my voice. "How embarrassing. See you tomorrow, Michael." "Yeah." Reluctantly, I left the room with a heavy heart. The next evening, the day before her surgery, Emily called out to me. The setting sun cast its warm glow through the hospital window, painting the room in soft amber hues. "Here. I want you to take this," she said, pulling out a thick file from her bedside. "If something happens to me, please, make sure this sees the light of day. Don't say something so ominous. But, just in case. I've put everything I have into this project." When I took the file from her, I was surprised by its weight. This wasn't just a project proposal. It was the embodiment of her hopes and dreams. "There's something I want to tell you, Michael," Emily began, her voice trembling slightly. "It's about our high school days." She closed her eyes for a moment, as if searching for the right words. "The truth is, I always wanted to talk to you like a normal person." "What?" "But I didn't know how. That's why I gave you those problems and acted mean. It was the only way I could interact with you." A faint blush spread across Emily's cheeks. "I didn't have anyone I could call a real friend, you know? I didn't know how to connect with others. Emily, I had to be the perfect heiress. But that wasn't who I really was." Tears welled up in her eyes as she continued. "But you always tried so hard to answer the problems I gave you. That made me so happy. Your problems were tough. Of course, they were. I spent every night thinking about them, wondering what to challenge you with the next day. I'd stay up late, crafting those questions." The memories flooded back, vivid and bittersweet. "You know, I still remember all the problems you couldn't solve." "Really?" "Yes, because I also remember the look on your face each time I gave you those problems." Emily's voice grew softer and softer. "I loved watching you think so seriously. But I couldn't admit how I felt." "Emily, don't tell me. I've always had feelings for you, Michael." Right then, as if perfectly timed, the nurse walked in again. "Sorry to interrupt. Time to prepare for tomorrow, Emily." "Ah, yes." Emily quickly adjusted her expression, trying to appear composed. "Let's talk more tomorrow." "Yeah." I stood up. "Tomorrow, after her surgery is over. Then, I'll face her properly. We'll face each other's feelings." When I turned around, Emily was smiling. It was a gentle, warm smile I had never seen during our high school days. 10 years ago, I studied as hard as I could. I thought that if I could someday answer all her questions perfectly, maybe then, she would finally turn to look at me. And now, we've reunited. As if it were some twist of fate. "I'll come again tomorrow," I said, as I began walking down the hallway, bathed in the colors of sunset. I was already looking forward to tomorrow. And then, the day after her surgery. In the afternoon, I received word that the operation was successful, though it would still take time for her to fully recover. After finishing work, I asked Sophia, who was driving me to the hospital. I asked her to keep an eye on Emily's condition regularly. "Yes, she's doing well. Now she just needs to rest." "What?" I raised my voice in surprise. "Mr. Redfield?" Sophia called my name, confused by my reaction. But I couldn't respond. A news report playing on the car's TV screen had captured my full attention. Summit Construction announces revolutionary redevelopment project. Led by David. On the screen was David, confidently addressing a press conference. His perfectly crafted smile made it look as if he were fulfilling a long-cherished dream. "What the hell is this? This project has been under my leadership." Emily, the CEO's daughter, played a supporting role. David spoke as though he was the mastermind behind it all. When I burst into the hospital room, Emily was gripping her tablet tightly, her face drained of all color. My computer. The company data. It's all been taken by David. Her voice trembled. Large tears welled up in her eyes. While Emily was hospitalized, David had extracted her project data from her computer and presented it as his own work. Summit Construction, David emerges as next CEO candidate, praised for redevelopment leadership. Emily, allegations of inappropriate social media posts surface, tarnishing company image. Summit Construction stock price plummets, market in turmoil. One after another, negative news stories flashed on the screen, as if coordinated. The timing was too perfect to be a coincidence. The coordination was too seamless to be a coincidence. Even social media posts I knew nothing about had surfaced. The account was fake. This too must have been part of David's meticulous planning. Emily, unable to move from her hospital bed, had been completely cornered. He had chosen the day of her surgery, the moment she was least able to act, to launch his plan. Why? Why didn't I take more precautions? She gripped the bed sheets tightly, blaming herself. Her fingers turned white from the force. That smile of his, trampling all over my dreams, looking so satisfied. David had calculated everything. The fact that Emily couldn't fight back right after her surgery. The simultaneous media blitz, making it difficult to discern truth from lies. As the company reeled from the sharp drop in stock prices, David positioned himself as the savior, stepping into the spotlight. How did it come to this? Emily stared blankly at the tablet resting on her knees. The pain in her heart seemed far greater than the physical pain from her surgery. She bit her lip, her hands trembling slightly. Amid this heavy atmosphere, Sophia was the only one smiling cheerfully. Perplexed, I watched as she turned the tablet screen toward us. It's time. Ah, there it is. Both of you, take a look at this. On the screen were the words. Special report, fighting illness while designing the future, Emily's challenge at Summit Construction. It was a feature being aired on a nationally broadcast flagship program. The opening narration began softly but carried a powerful resonance. Can the future of a company truly be defined by cold, unfeeling numbers? The screen transitioned to a side profile of Emily, sitting on her hospital bed, gazing intently at project plans. Dressed in a white hospital gown, she looked fragile, yet her eyes were filled with determination. The footage showed Emily, connected to an AV drip, operating her tablet while engaging in discussions with architects online. Even as she fought through the pain of surgery, her expression remained focused as she worked on the designs. Emily's vision is to create a city that is kind to its people. Her goal is deeply rooted in her own experiences. Footage of Emily being interviewed appeared on the screen. Although her complexion was pale, her eyes were filled with unwavering determination. This land is where my grandmother and many others have shared countless memories. That's why I want to truly listen to each and every person who lives here. Although her complexion was pale, her eyes radiated a strong and resolute determination. The camera zoomed in on Emily's hands. In them were detailed records of her conversations with local residents, each page meticulously documented. Her voice was faint, but the words she spoke carried tremendous weight. The narration continued, rich with emotion. Remarkably, Emily has maintained online dialogues with community residents even while hospitalized. Her sincerity has garnered widespread support from the local population. The footage shifted to smiling residents shown on a large monitor. Emily was shown attentively addressing their concerns and fears, one by one. Experts from various fields have also expressed their support, praising her approach as the embodiment of next-generation urban planning. Renowned architects, urban planners, and investors spoke highly of Emily's project, lauding its innovation and humanity. The scene then switched to a virtual meeting in Emily's hospital room. A large monitor displayed the faces of community members as Emily passionately exchanged ideas with them. Even when overcome by violent coughing fits, she refused to give up. What is this? Could this video really be? Praised by experts across fields, balancing innovation and humanity. A groundbreaking plan crafted amid illness. Real estate investors, this project represents the future. One by one, related news reports filled the screen. Emily's efforts and intentions were being spread widely through the media. We couldn't let Emily's vision be erased. Sophia said proudly. Did you? Yes, she replied, her voice brimming with confidence. I've been preparing this. Sophia began explaining with an air of triumph. I released Emily's project to the media through an alternative channel. Of course, I had the permission of your company's CEO, Mr. Summit. But what about David? Don't worry about him. We anticipated he might try something underhanded, so we made preparations. At that moment, another video started playing. It was like a hidden documentary, capturing David's true nature in vivid detail. I'll claim this project as my own. Don't worry, Emily will be stuck in the hospital for a while. We'll hold a press conference before she returns. David declared in the video footage. Set up a fake social media account and spread inappropriate statements as if they came from her. Manipulate the stock prices at the same time. Announce everything to the media as my achievements. She won't be able to fight back right after surgery. And with this, I'll secure the position of the next company's CEO as well. This was recorded by one of David's subordinates. In the video footage, David was smiling arrogantly, his expression full of confidence and malice. She smiled slyly as she pointed at him. We have proof of his coercion, his threats, and that the social media posts were fabricated. He has no way out now. Tears welled up in Emily's eyes as she listened to Sophia's confident words. This time, her tears carried a sense of relief. Finally, everything would be brought to light. Sophia. Emily whispered. More importantly, look at this, Summit Construction stock prices are soaring. Sophia exclaimed, showing the screen of her phone. The graph displayed a steep upward climb. Summit Construction stock surges to record highs, expectations soar for Emily's leadership. Young architects praise innovative and compassionate urban planning. Resident representative, she truly listens to our voices. One after another, the media released articles praising Emily. Just then, Emily's phone rang. The name David appeared on the screen. Should I? Emily began, her hand trembling as she reached for the phone. I'll take it, I said softly. I answered the call and put it on speaker. Immediately, David's angry voice erupted through the speaker. His composure was completely shattered, replaced by raw rage. The usual polished facade was gone, exposing his desperation. Yes, this is Michael, speaking on her behalf, I replied calmly. What the hell did you do? You've ruined my career. David shouted. I'm not sure what you're referring to, I said, deliberately maintaining a composed tone. My calm demeanor seemed to further enrage him. Don't play dumb. You and Emily set this all up, didn't you? Set up? Which part? The project theft? The fabricated social media posts? The stock manipulation? We have evidence of everything, written documents, recordings, and more. I spoke slowly and clearly, emphasizing every word. David was momentarily speechless. What? David's voice faltered. He seemed utterly at a loss, faced with the reality that all his carefully concealed misdeeds had been exposed. Oh, and by the way, this conversation is also being recorded as additional evidence, I said. Your earlier press conference, filled with falsehoods, will be scrutinized as well. Michael. David's voice broke down into a strained murmur. In the background, the frantic sound of papers being shuffled could be heard. He was likely trying to destroy evidence, but it was far too late for that. Wait. Let's discuss this. Yes, we can negotiate something. Money, name your price. His voice rose to a desperate, almost shrill plea. It was pathetic, like a drowning man clutching at straws. It's too late. And just so you know, the police should be arriving at your location soon. I suggest you don't try to flee. I ended the call. The hospital room fell silent once again. Thank you, Emily said softly, her voice filled with gratitude. Justice always prevails, doesn't it? Sophia said with a bright smile. But Sophia, I never expected you to think so far ahead. I said, my expression conflicted. The outcome was undoubtedly good, but... However, her pained expressions after the surgery and her determination as she worked while receiving an IV drip were all captured in vivid detail. Every aspect of her fight against the illness was carefully recorded. These records were shared with the media to assert the legitimacy of her project. It was a strategy that turned vulnerability into a weapon. A method that laid bare her private life and struggles to elicit empathy. Mr. Redfield, I know this approach isn't to your liking, is it? Sophia asked, her smile turning apologetic. Ordinarily, I would have relied on skill and results alone to win. I had always avoided methods that involved leveraging personal matters. That was how I operated. But unexpected circumstances called for drastic measures. That's why I consulted Emily about it, Sophia added. Did you? Yes. Sophia came to me a while ago. Emily began to explain quietly. She asked if she could document my fight against my illness as a part of this project. To record it and, if necessary, make it public. I happen to have some connections in the television industry, Sophia said with a small shrug. At first, I was surprised. But Emily's expression softened. I trusted Sophia. Because I trust you, Michael, and you trust her. I see. And this project, it means everything to me. Even if it meant exposing my weaknesses, I wanted to protect it. Emily's eyes gleamed with strong resolve. My struggles in the hospital, the painful treatments, I decided to record them all. If I could convey the passion I have for this project alongside my hardships, I thought it might reach someone's heart. Emily. But this was my choice. No one forced me into it. Emily turned to look at me. Please, don't be upset with Sophia. She did it for me. I understand. I replied with a heavy sigh. Honestly, I don't like this approach. Revealing private struggles to evoke sympathy isn't my way. But I stopped mid-sentence. Still, this has also shown your strength. I said, looking at both Sophia and Emily. I've understood your intentions clearly. Sophia, thank you so much for everything. Oh, no, it's nothing. Sophia stammered, quickly waving her hand. This was purely a business decision. The stakes were high, and this could have impacted our stock prices significantly. Despite her words, her eyes began to glisten with tears. Besides, I owe you a debt, Mr. Redfield. A debt? 3 years ago, when I left the TV network, lost and unsure of what to do, you reached out to me. It was true she had been a reporter for a major network. She had pursued hard-hitting scoops, refusing to bow to pressure from higher-ups, which ultimately led to her resignation. You took me in as your secretary, even though I had no relevant experience. Ah, back then, I said, a nostalgic smile crossing my face. I remembered her at the interview, nervous to the point of being stiff. Yet, her gaze had been steady, filled with sincerity. To think you hired someone as inexperienced as I was. Everyone opposed it. Your eyes told me I could trust you. Thank you. I'm truly grateful. Sophia said, tears streaming down her cheeks. And that's why. This time was just a business decision. I believed Emily's project would undoubtedly succeed. She tried to maintain her composure, but her tears wouldn't stop. Sophia, thank you from me, too. Emily said gently. For recording even my weakest moments with such care. Not at all. It was purely calculated. To garner public sympathy and all that. Sophia said, hurriedly wiping her tears. Emily chuckled softly at Sophia's flustered attempts. Goodness, you're so stubborn. I can't help it. Suddenly, Sophia pointed her finger dramatically at Emily. Make sure this project is a success. Or else. She shot me a mischievous glance. Or else. Emily tilted her head in confusion. Or else I'll steal Mr. Redfield for myself. Wait, what? Back when I was a reporter, I covered a segment called The Ultimate Tokyo Date Spots. I know all the best hidden restaurants, scenic night views. You name it. Hey, Sophia. Emily exclaimed in a panic. Oh dear, are you worried? Should I plan a weekend date outing with Mr. Redfield for some field research? Sophia teased with a mischievous grin. That's enough. Relax, I'll leave this exclusive scoop to you, Emily. Make sure to enjoy some wonderful dates with Mr. Redfield and give me all the juicy details. What? No, that's not. As Emily's face flushed red, Sophia winked playfully. I'll be covering this story closely, she teased. Emily's face turned an even deeper shade of red. Watching this, I couldn't help but burst out laughing. Being surrounded by people who struggled to be honest with their feelings, it wasn't so bad after all. All right then. Sophia said, standing up with renewed energy. From now on, let's put everything we have into making this project a success. Her eyes, once tear-filled, now sparkled with determination. The next morning, every major newspaper headlined David's downfall. Former Summit construction executive arrested for breach of trust, evidence of project theft and selling confidential information uncovered. Thanks to Sophia's impeccable evidence gathering, David's numerous wrongdoings were brought to light. Not only had he stolen Emily's project, but he had also sold company secrets to competitors. Additionally, illegal pressures exerted on residents during past redevelopment projects were revealed. Kickbacks from related companies and coercion against evicted residents also exposed. Surrounded by police officers, David could only bow his head deeply. Gone was his once overbearing demeanor, what remained was a broken, pitiful middle-aged man. I didn't. However, the evidence Sophia had gathered was impeccable. Recorded conversations, transaction logs, and documents tracing illicit funds. Each one was an undeniable piece of proof. This is a conspiracy. Emily set me up. David desperately tried to defend himself. But emails he thought he had deleted were being systematically recovered from his phone. Sophia's background as a former police officer proved to be an invaluable asset in this situation. 8-year prison sentence handed down, judge criticizes heinous breach of trust and lack of remorse. In court, David's excuses failed miserably. His lack of remorse only worsened his position. Meanwhile, Summit Construction rapidly recovered. Summit Construction stock hits record highs amid optimism for new projects. Residents of redevelopment areas praised the company's vision. Emily's reputation soared. Emily emerges as a candidate for next CEO, a new era of leadership overcoming adversity. Named Shining Female Leader of the Year, turning weakness into strength. At her first board meeting post-discharge, Emily confidently laid out her vision. We must not be a company that only pursues profit. We must strive to grow alongside the people whose lives we touch. That is the path Summit Construction should take from now on. During a press conference, Emily spoke with poise about her upcoming role as CEO. Her face showed no trace of hesitation. Gone was the authoritarian demeanor of the past, replaced by the warmth and strength of a new leader. I watched her through the TV, marveling at her transformation. She had grown in ways I never imagined back then. But perhaps this was her true self all along, finally set free. People can change when given the chance. I had always believed that. Now, Emily had proven my belief was not misplaced. Strategic partnership between Global Alliance Partners and Summit Construction announced. 6 months later, Emily and I sat side by side at a press conference. Unprecedented comprehensive partnership between Asia's largest consultancy and an esteemed construction firm, stock prices of both companies soar. Under the glare of reporters' cameras, we spoke about our shared vision for the future. Redevelopment projects spreading across various Asian cities. Visions of sustainable urban planning. A commitment to creating communities that prioritize people's lives. Emily. After the press conference, I called her name in the quiet of the waiting room. She looked up from the materials she was organizing. The city skyline seen from the 40th floor was reflected in the window, overlapping with her profile. In the distance, the lights of the high-rise buildings began to twinkle one after another. On the table in front of us, a cup of coffee emitted a faint trail of steam. There's something I've never been able to say. Finding the courage to voice it wasn't easy. For over 10 years, I'd carried these feelings deep within, unsure of how to express them. In high school, I wasn't solving your puzzles because I wanted to catch up to you. Emily's hands stopped moving, her materials left untouched. Her eyes slowly met mine. Her cheeks turned a soft shade of pink at the words, which could be taken as a confession. Her lips trembled slightly. But her gaze didn't waver. Michael. In a faint voice, she called my name. That voice held none of the teasing tone she used to have in high school. I've been waiting. Her voice quivered. I waited for so long. Emily's words spilled out, brimming with emotion. Since high school, I wanted you to notice me. But I couldn't be honest with myself, so I kept giving you those tricky problems. When all I really wanted was to talk to you. Her tears wouldn't stop. But her expression was radiant with happiness. Will you go out with me? With those simple words, I laid everything bare. Large tears rolled down Emily's cheeks. Yes. That single word filled my heart completely. A few days after my relationship with Emily changed. Emily, Sophia, and I were sitting together at a restaurant. We had just wrapped up some work discussions and were taking a break over lunch. What? Sophia, you have a date next week? Emily exclaimed. Yes. My next date is with a super handsome guy. Sophia said proudly, showing us her phone screen. It was a page from a major dating app. Apparently, she was fully engrossed in her search for love. Wow. I've never seen a dating app before, Emily remarked curiously. They're pretty great. Do you two think these apps are a bad idea? I think they're fine. I said with a laugh. After all, thanks to you, Sophia, I found my happiness. Now it's your turn. Mr. Redfield. But, I added, grinning, make sure you don't fall for some weird guy. If anything happens, I'll come running. Mr. Redfield, you sound like my dad, Sophia teased. Her comment made all three of us laugh together. No one is perfect. Sometimes, we get hurt. Sometimes, we stumble. But that's exactly why we can grow stronger. In high school, Emily had shut herself inside her own shell. I was on the verge of giving up on my dreams. Sophia couldn't take her first step toward something new. And yet, we were able to change. Because we trusted someone, and because someone trusted us. This is what it truly means when they say, anyone can always change. Anyone can change, as long as they're given a chance. What matters is believing in that possibility. And realizing that you're not alone. Outside the window, a breeze signaled the arrival of a new season. Our story was just beginning. But I was certain that, from now on, we'd continue moving forward, trusting in one another. It was a peaceful afternoon, filled with that unshakable conviction. Can you solve this problem? If you get all the answers right, I'll even consider making you my husband. It was a sweltering August evening. At the summer party hosted by the company, the CEO's daughter, drunk on alcohol, started complaining to me. Apparently, she didn't like the fact that someone like me, a junior high school graduate, was working at this company. So, she decided to challenge me with some tough questions. Clearly tipsy, she seemed to enjoy watching me struggle. You can't solve them, right? After all, you're just a junior high school graduate. Looking at her mocking expression, I simply said, "Sorry, but I don't think I can live up to your expectations. Here, I'm done." What? Actually, you know. The CEO's daughter froze in shock upon hearing the truth about me. Now, I wonder, what kind of reward should I ask her for? My name is Noah. I'm an ordinary office worker at a well-known company in Kanagawa. I've been with this company for 8 years and am currently 23 years old. To my shame, I never went to high school, let alone college. In other words, my highest level of education is junior high school. To be honest, I also wanted to go to high school, even college. But at the time, I couldn't afford to. Noah, there was a call from the travel agency earlier. That's what my homeroom teacher, Mr. Taylor, told me back when I was in my first year of junior high. At the time, I was part of a large family of 5 siblings. My parents ran a popular local bakery and were always busy, so I took care of my siblings every day. I wanted to let my parents, who always worked so hard for us, have a chance to relax and enjoy themselves as a couple for once. With that in mind, I saved up money little by little with my siblings and surprised my parents with a trip. Little did I know that this would turn out to be our final goodbye. That day, just before lunch break ended, Mr. Taylor, looking frantic, came running to me to say my parents had been in an accident. While on their trip, the taxi my parents were riding in was involved in a traffic accident. Brother. Mom's big brother. When I rushed to the hospital, my siblings, who should have been at daycare, were already there. Seeing me, our relatives who had picked them up looked deeply worried. And then I was led to a room where my parents lay, their faces covered, like something out of a TV drama. The scene felt so unreal that I couldn't fully grasp what I was seeing. Just a short while ago, we were laughing and eating together. But now, all that remained were 2 lifeless bodies, unmoving like mannequins. This can't be, it's because I planned this trip. I muttered those words as I sank to the floor. The trip I had planned had taken my parents away from my siblings. Thinking that, I instinctively hugged my siblings, crying and apologizing, "I'm so sorry, this is all my fault." At the same time, a sense of responsibility washed over me. I was the only one who could protect my siblings now. What would happen to my young brothers and sisters? That thought filled me with a resolve to stand strong and support them. After the funeral, the remaining issue was, what will happen to us kids? Since both of my parents were only children, we had no uncles or aunts to turn to. As a result, the only people who could take us in were our grandparents. However, since they were quite elderly, my siblings and I had no choice but to enter a care facility. It would have been unrealistic to expect our elderly grandparents to look after my younger brothers and sisters. So going to the facility was an inevitable outcome. Even so, the greatest relief was that my siblings and I were able to stay together in the same facility. From my first year of middle school, I spent 3 years studying intensely at the facility. At school, I ranked at the top of my grade and was even told during career counseling that I could get a recommendation to one of the best public high schools in the prefecture. However, when I declined the offer, my homeroom teacher, Mr. Thompson, looked completely shocked. "With your academic performance, a recommendation is definitely possible, you know? Thank you, but my decision about my future hasn't changed." I bowed my head to the astonished Mr. Thompson as I replied. Over the past 3 years, Mr. Thompson had repeatedly encouraged me to pursue high school education. But my resolve never wavered, and I continued to write employment on the career planning forms placed before me. I want to make sure my younger siblings can continue their education in place of our late parents. with my current academic performance. I've heard I can get into this company. I know about your parents passing away early, but I don't think you need to sacrifice yourself like this. It's not a sacrifice at all. I just don't want to be separated from my siblings. I see. So, employment it is. In that case, let me list some companies that offer distance learning support while you work. At the facility, there was also a foster care system, and younger children could sometimes be taken in by foster families. That might have been a happy option, but my siblings told me they didn't want to be apart from me. Because of that, I decided not to pursue high school and instead focused on finding a way for all 5 of us to stay together. That decision led me to this job. With Mr. Thompson's support, I graduated middle school and left my hometown to work at the company where I'm currently employed. The company had a strong focus on hiring people from rural areas, and many of my colleagues were also high school graduates, which was a great comfort. While working, I also used the company's distance learning system to earn certifications and qualifications. By the time I turned 20, my younger siblings had grown older and started taking on part-time jobs to help support our household, which eased the burden on me. Big brother, I'll be late for dinner tonight because I have club activities at school. That was my sister, who is 2 years younger than me, speaking. After saying that, she put on her shoes and checked the time. Got it. I'll be home late too because I have a test for my high school courses. Don't worry about it. Big brother, don't push yourself too hard with work and studying, okay? You're one to talk. You've been busy with club activities lately. Don't worry about making lunch every day if it's too much. It's fine. You're working so hard instead of going to college for us, so I want to help however I can. Well, you're helping plenty by tutoring me. I'm grateful for that. I expressed my gratitude to my sister, who smiled in response. Currently, I'm attending a night school for distance learning provided by my company, which technically makes me a high school student like my sister. Though my formal education still lists junior high school graduate, the program includes content for university preparation, making it quite rigorous. Because of this, I often ask my sister, who is a current high schooler, to help me study. Feeling guilty, I apologize profusely, but she just smiles happily. Big brother, you're taking it easy today, huh? Good morning, big brother. After seeing my sister off, my younger siblings who attend junior high school and elementary school start waking up. Once I see them all off, I lock the house and head to the nearest station, as always. This daily routine, though simple, is the happiest part of my life because it's when I get to spend time with my family. But upon arriving at the company, I notice the department is unusually lively today. Female employees are gathered in front of the manager's office, chatting, while others whisper nearby. It's a sight unlike the usual mornings. What's going on? I ask a colleague standing nearby. Ah, good morning, Noah. Good morning. So, what's happening? Well, you know how the new hires are starting next month, right? Yes, the induction ceremony just ended, and today's the day they find out which departments they'll be assigned to, isn't it? I approached a colleague who had joined the company the same year as me but was older, and he nodded, showing me a document. It was the latest issue of the company newsletter. The newest issue included photos and names of this year's new recruits. Today was the day their department assignments would be announced, and after joint training, they'd officially join their teams next month. As I curiously browsed the company newsletter, my colleague opened a particular page and pointed to it. There, I saw the name of a woman with a familiar last name. Moore. That's the same last name as our CEO. Is she a relative? No, apparently she's the CEO's daughter. What? Yeah, and it seems she'll be joining our department next month. She's apparently an elite who graduated from the University of Tokyo. But why is she joining as a regular employee? From what I know, wouldn't it be different for someone whose family? Usually, they come in as executives or something like that. But apparently, she's starting as a regular employee to gain experience before eventually taking over the company. My colleague made a face that showed how tedious he found the situation. The other employees seemed to feel the same, their expressions full of unease. It was likely because they knew they'd have to tread carefully around her, given her status as the CEO's daughter. A situation straight out of a drama, ha! At the time, I couldn't help but view the situation objectively, as if it were someone else's story. But little did I know that the day I would be swept up in the chaos caused by the CEO's daughter was fast approaching. A month later, just as the rumors said, several new hires were assigned to our department. They all looked nervous, dressed in suits, some of which were so new they practically gleamed. Among them, one woman stood out. Her suit looked completely natural on her. She wore a gray pantsuit with a polished blouse, exuding professionalism. This had to be the rumored CEO's daughter. Nice to meet you. I'm Ashley. Her confident manner as she handed out business cards left everyone around stunned. She was strikingly beautiful, the kind of person who perfectly embodied the word elegance. A subtle, unfamiliar fragrance from her long hair added to her charm. Oh, nice to meet you. I'm Noah, from the same department. Thank you. I look forward to working with you. I couldn't help but be captivated by her beauty the first time I saw her. I felt my face flush with embarrassment as I found myself unable to even look directly at her. I felt pathetic for reacting that way. Her refined features gave the impression of someone strong-willed. However, in reality, she was quiet and reserved. However, her true nature began to reveal itself about 2 months after she joined the company. See, the manual says this is how it should be done. I disagree. This is how I would do it. That approach ignores the customer's perspective. Looking at the materials in front of me, I sighed and glanced at Ashley. The once quiet Ashley had grown more confident as she got used to the job, frequently asserting her opinions. This wasn't just directed at me. She treated other employees the same way. According to her, the department's methods were inefficient. Initially, her reserved demeanor earned her praise from colleagues. But now, her innate strong-willed nature, combined with the elegance of an heiress, was beginning to resurface. What made matters worse was her unwavering confidence, rooted in statements like, "I graduated from the University of Tokyo with excellent grades, so my approach is guaranteed to succeed." It goes without saying that her bold declarations left the rest of us groaning. Our department handles sales, so maintaining good relationships with clients is crucial. Over the years, our managers have refined the processes through trial and error, improving customer service and securing long-term contracts. But Ashley wanted to change the manual to fit her methods. Her approach prioritized profit and efficiency over customer satisfaction, which risked breaking contracts. Although Neville, our department head, repeatedly rejected her proposals, Ashley refused to back down, deepening the rift between her and the team. Hey, Noah. I can't seem to get through to Ashley. Can you step in and guide her? It was only recently that my colleague asked me to take on this role, and that's how I ended up becoming her mentor. Noah, are you listening? Sorry, I was just working on some documents. Ha! This is exactly why I can't stand this. Using these outdated materials is such a waste of time. That's not true. Our next client prefers paper documents because they find them easier to understand. That's exactly what's outdated. This is why junior high school dropouts just don't get it. She placed the materials I had prepared on the desk with a dismissive attitude. Even though I technically outranked her, Ashley rarely used formal language when speaking to me. On the contrary, she often spoke down to me with snide remarks like this. Since being assigned to our department, Ashley's reputation had taken a nosedive. Modern trends are the best way to go. That was her catchphrase. However, her methods didn't suit this department, where most of our clients were older and valued traditional approaches. Other colleagues had tried to point this out to her, but her pride seemed to make her resistant to feedback. Above all, her pride as a graduate of the University of Tokyo meant she had no interest in listening to advice from people like me or my colleagues, who came from lesser educational backgrounds. Even after she became one of my subordinates, dealing with her continued to be a daily struggle. This isn't going anywhere. Thinking that, I told her, I'm going to take a quick break, and left the meeting room. At the smoking area, some of my colleagues, concerned about me, struck up a conversation. So, how's it going with the heiress? It's tough. She's not entirely wrong about some things, so I can't just dismiss her outright. Yeah, I get that. But you're still her supervisor, Noah. I know, but I'd rather avoid causing conflict. Besides, if we're talking credentials, she's clearly more accomplished than I am. When I spoke hesitantly, my colleague, perhaps noticing my fatigue, gave me a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Did I really look that exhausted? By the way, Neville mentioned that there's going to be a summer party with another department next month. Really? Yeah, it seems like they booked a place at a restaurant. It's a good time since the new recruits will have settled in by then. At this company, instead of holding welcome parties for new employees, we have summer gatherings. The reason is that by summer, mid-career hires and new graduates have usually settled into their roles. While we've had many summer gatherings before, they're typically held within individual departments. However, this time it was a joint event with another department, which made me a bit uneasy. Ashley was already receiving unpleasant looks from people in our department. If she behaved the same way elsewhere, it might only make her even more disliked. I thought about this but chose not to say anything. Instead, I decided to focus on preparing materials for the upcoming meeting. With that in mind, I completely forgot about my earlier worries. August arrived. The period leading up to mid-August saw relentless scorching heat, with one sweltering day after another. On one such day, the much-talked-about joint summer party was held. The venue was a large private room at a restaurant, bustling with dozens of attendees. Since I don't drink, I sipped on oolong tea while chatting with my manager, Robert. Knowing about my responsibilities at home, Robert kindly suggested, "Feel free to take some leftovers home for your brothers and sisters." Unlike the tense atmosphere at work, the presence of alcohol created a relaxed and cheerful vibe, with everyone chatting animatedly about both work and personal topics. A few colleagues stopped by to greet me, exchanged lighthearted conversations, and then moved on. As I entertained these interactions, I helped myself to some raw fish, a luxury I don't usually get to enjoy. This is pretty expensive. I wish I could let my siblings have some of it too. While I ate, my thoughts drifted to the family waiting for me at home. Glancing across the room, I noticed a group of new hires sitting together, drinking. Among them, Ashley stood out, positioned at the center of the group. She was chatting animatedly with her peers, laughing loudly as she downed drink after drink. It was a stark contrast to her demeanor at work. Her guard seemed to be down, likely thanks to the alcohol. Ashley appeared to be in high spirits, enthusiastically discussing work-related topics with her fellow recruits. She was smiling in a way I'd never seen at work, showing expressions that made her seem like any other young person her age. If only she could show that smile in the office. I was thinking that when suddenly, her voice rang out louder than usual. "Hey, listen. My department is the worst." "What? Seriously?" "Yeah. The work is so outdated. And the systems are ancient. Can you believe it in this day and age?" In the relaxed atmosphere of the party, Ashley's complaints echoed loudly. It's understandable for people to vent during social gatherings, especially where alcohol is involved. However, Ashley kept glancing toward our department's table as she loudly aired her grievances to her peers. The colleague sitting next to me furrowed his brow and whispered, "Do you think Ashley's drunk?" "Probably. But if Neville hears about this, it could be bad." "Yeah, it could. But then again, she's the CEO's daughter. Maybe she thinks she's untouchable? My colleague glanced toward Neville and the other department heads who were nearby. They appeared to be keeping things under control, pouring drinks, and trying to ensure everyone stayed composed. Yet, Ashley continued her loud complaints, drawing glances from people around her. Senior staff keep looking over, but she doesn't seem to notice. Yeah. Honestly, it's getting pretty uncomfortable sitting near this. As we exchanged uneasy remarks and felt the atmosphere in the room grow tense, I began to worry about how things were unfolding. Ashley, you've had a bit too much to drink. The voice came from Megan, a senior colleague seated near me, as she stood up with a glass of water and walked over to Ashley. She was the same person who had previously asked me to take over as Ashley's mentor. To be honest, both I and my colleague sitting beside me knew that Megan didn't have the best relationship with Ashley. Sure, this is a drinking party, but you do realize it's still an extension of work, right? What's your problem? Hearing that, I turned to look at them again. The new recruits sitting with Ashley all glared at Megan, seemingly annoyed by her comment. Even so, Megan handed Ashley the glass of water, her composed demeanor contrasting with the rising tension of the summer party. I was surprised by Megan's bold move, especially since I hadn't mustered the courage to intervene myself. But then I remembered Ashley was my responsibility now. With that thought, I stood up to support Megan. Unfortunately, this didn't go over well. Ashley, and everyone else, this party is also meant to welcome you new hires. While it's a social gathering, please consider what you say. Why is Noah the one saying this? Well, as your mentor, I felt it was important to point out that you might have had a bit too much to drink. Ah. You're so annoying, Noah. With that, Ashley downed the remainder of her beer in one gulp. Even though she could hold her alcohol, the number of empty bottles around her made it clear she'd gone overboard. You should stop around here. I stepped closer to Ashley to offer another warning. However, she stared straight at me, her gaze sharp and as if she was on the verge of saying something. Something feels off. As I thought that and moved closer, she suddenly grabbed my arm and forcefully pulled me into a shoulder embrace. Her previously angry expression transformed into a sly, grinning face in an instant. The move was classic drunk behavior. I've only attended a few business dinners as part of work. However, Ashley's behavior was strikingly similar to how drunk superiors acted when I had to help them into taxis. What's your deal? Just because you're my superior, you think you can boss me around? You're barely older than me, aren't you? And yet, you talk down to me like you're so much better? Well, as your mentor. Oh, please. Don't act like you're not looking down on me. You're all just laughing at me behind my back, thinking, what's a Tokyo University graduate doing here, being mentored by a middle school graduate? It's the worst. I've never belittled your education or you, Ashley. Why would you make such an accusation? It was true that we were both 23 years old, but I had years of work experience on her. Still, Ashley, clearly upset by this, turned even redder and yelled at me. Don't act like it's not true. You're just a middle school graduate who can't think critically, so all you can do is cling to old-fashioned methods. I don't want to hear lectures about customers from such an outdated department. Honestly, aren't you the one looking down on us? What? I don't want to hear that from a middle school graduate. Sure, I may be a middle school graduate, but I have more work experience than you, and so do my colleagues. If you keep acting this condescending without understanding that, you're failing as a professional. Hearing this, Ashley's face, which had been flushed with anger, shifted into a more serious expression. She took a deep breath as if to calm herself, then faced me directly and said something shocking. All right, Noah. If you're going to talk so big, let's see how qualified you really are. I heard you're a middle school graduate. Did you cheat your way into this company? What? I couldn't tell if she was being serious or joking, but her accusation left me stunned. Maybe you paid someone off or used connections? Backdoor admissions happen, you know. Don't you realize that's fraud? No, of course not. I didn't do anything like that. Really? Then why are you so confident? For a middle school graduate, you seem awfully sure of yourself. Did you bribe HR or something? What on earth was she talking about? Even though I hadn't been drinking, my head started to ache like I was hungover. I didn't cheat. I passed the exams fair and square. Impossible. This company's entrance exams are notoriously hard. If you're so confident, why don't you take this year's test? With that, Ashley handed me the tablet she had spread out on the table. Displayed on the screen was the company's entrance exam for university graduates. What was she thinking, challenging me with this? While I hesitated, trying to make sense of the situation, I overheard her peers whispering behind her. It seemed that this year's entrance exam had been particularly challenging, and everyone had been talking about it. Ashley, proud of her high score, had been showing off the materials to everyone. My manager and colleagues looked visibly anxious about the situation. They probably wanted to intervene but were hesitant, fearing the consequences might fall back on them. As I silently examined the test on the tablet, Ashley leaned in close and spoke to me in a soft voice. If you manage to get all the answers right, I'll make you my husband. I'll even welcome you into the family as my groom. And you'll be a candidate for CEO. Ashley spoke in an overly sweet voice, almost as if she were trying to tempt me. However, her expression was completely at odds with her sweet tone. It was a cold, terrifying look of disdain. It was as if her confident face was saying, "There's no way you can solve this, right?" When I placed the tablet on the table and began writing, Ashley burst into delighted laughter. What? Oh, your name? Well, of course, you have to at least write your name for it to count as a test, right? She then laughed loudly, her tone exaggerated and mocking. I waited patiently for her laughter to die down, then responded in a loud voice of my own. Sorry, but I don't think I'll meet your expectations. Here, I'm done. As I handed the tablet back to her, Ashley stared at the text on the screen, her expression turning to one of complete confusion. Her wide, beautiful eyes froze in disbelief, and the new hires behind her leaned in all at once to peek at the tablet. Wait, what? Isn't this all correct? Yeah, it matches Ashley's answers perfectly. How is this possible? Noah's just a middle school graduate. How could he solve these? Ignoring Ashley, who was still frozen in disbelief, the new hires began bombarding me with questions all at once. Scratching my cheek in embarrassment, I noticed how their previously mocking gazes had turned into looks of respect. Why, you ask? Well, that's because I was the one who created this test. What? Even though it was so difficult that we struggled with it as university graduates? Hearing their surprise, I decided to explain. While working at this company, I had been pursuing qualifications through distance learning. If I had attended high school, my academic abilities would have been strong enough to gain admission to a university like Waseda. Even if Tokyo University might have been a stretch. More, the CEO personally requested me to create the questions for this year's new graduate entrance exam. It seemed he intended to make the test especially challenging, given that his own daughter would be taking it, ensuring only the most capable candidates succeeded. Yes, I may be the same age as all of you, but after losing my parents, I attended a distance learning school where I consistently maintained the top rank. That was crucial because I needed the tuition waiver. As I spoke, I walked toward Ashley, who remained frozen in place, unable to process what she had just learned. She seemed unable to process what was happening, perhaps due to disbelief or the alcohol clouding her thoughts, and kept mumbling phrases like, "Why? This doesn't make sense." Academic credentials are important, but what matters most is building trust with people. If you only chase after what's visible, you'll miss out on what truly matters. Not wanting to escalate things or cause any more trouble, I quietly informed the organizer before leaving the event like I was escaping. I don't know what happened at the summer party after that. When I returned home and gave my siblings the leftovers, the rare indulgence of alcohol made me fall asleep almost immediately. Unfortunately, I caught a terrible cold the next day. After notifying my company, I went to the hospital for medicine and spent the next 3 days resting as my siblings took care of me. When I finally returned to work, I couldn't help but feel awkward. After what happened with Ashley and taking time off, this is going to be uncomfortable. However, to my surprise, my colleagues greeted me with unexpected praise. Confused, I asked what had happened, and they explained that Ashley, once so stubborn and dismissive, had started listening to others' opinions. At first, her peers and supervisors were cautious, but gradually, they began to open up to her. Days passed as I observed the change in her behavior with mild astonishment. One day, during my lunch break after finishing my morning tasks, I was eating in the cafeteria. Usually, I bring my own lunch, but today I had classes for my distance learning program. With a major assignment coming up, I prioritized finding a place to work on it over eating a packed lunch. As I took a bite of the sandwich I'd ordered in the cafeteria and focused on my assignment, I heard a soft voice calling my name from behind. Turning around, I saw Ashley standing there, her hair neatly tied back and looking noticeably thinner. The bold makeup and strong-willed demeanor she once carried were gone. She seemed to have undergone a complete transformation. "Please, have a seat." I closed my laptop and gestured to the empty seat beside me. She sat down, holding a water bottle in both hands, staring downward. Noah, I wanted to apologize for what happened the other day." "Apologize?" I asked in confusion, and Ashley lowered her head. Looking closer, I noticed her shoulders trembling. With her face turned downward, it was impossible to read her expression. What am I supposed to do? I'm terrible at dealing with silence like this. As I glanced around, trying to figure out how to handle the situation, it was Ashley who finally broke the silence. After that day, I asked my father about everything. "Honestly, I was drunk, but I couldn't shake the feeling that you were bluffing." "What did he say?" "He said the same thing you did, that you created the test. He also mentioned that the board members agreed with his decision to entrust it to you." "The board?" "That's a bit exaggerated. It was just because I'm close in age to the new recruits and familiar with the current college entrance standards. My father even expressed his gratitude." I feel so ashamed for thinking that academic achievements were the most important thing. Despite feeling slightly embarrassed, hearing this from Ashley, the CEO's daughter, made me happy. "I've always envied you, Noah." According to her, she hadn't been looking down on me at all. In fact, she had been jealous of me. Ashley slowly began to share her story. As the eldest daughter, she had initially been raised strictly as the heir to her family's company. However, when she was 6 years old, her younger brother was born. From that point on, all of her parents' expectations shifted to her brother, leaving her feeling overlooked and ignored. To gain their approval, I poured myself into studying. That's how I got into Tokyo University. But even then, my parents were adamant about making my brother the successor. "I see. But I heard rumors that you were being groomed as the successor now." "That's because I begged them. I asked to take the entrance exam and go through interviews like any other applicant, so I could gain practical experience and prove myself worthy of the position." She spoke with a pained expression, gripping her water bottle tightly in frustration. Then, in a soft voice, she murmured something quietly. "There's no way my brother can manage a business." "Why would you say that about your brother, even though you're siblings?" "Noah, your siblings seem to get along so well." "In my case, my brother was pampered by my parents, and as a result, he's developed the habit of blaming me for everything bad and running away from his own responsibilities." "What?" "That's why he'll never be able to manage a business." He's not the kind of person who can take on the responsibility of others' lives and lead. Right now, he's still a high schooler, but soon enough, he'll become an adult. By then, it'll be too late. That's why she had been so desperate for her father to acknowledge her. Looking like she was about to cry, Ashley's face showed signs of exhaustion, with dark circles under her eyes. As though the tension holding her together had finally snapped. She stood up slowly and bowed deeply. I was in such a rush to prove myself that I wasn't looking at those around me and ended up spinning my wheels. Your words yesterday opened my eyes. Like this, I'm not suited to be a CEO either. As she apologized, she seemed so small and fragile, a far cry from the strong-willed person she usually was. I should have listened to her more and offered support when she needed it. That thought crossed my mind unconsciously as I gently told her, "Please, raise your head." Her eyes were already brimming with tears, ready to spill at any moment. I handed her my handkerchief and said, "If you're okay with it, I'll listen to your concerns and help you with anything you don't understand. Let's work hard together." "Yes." "Thank you, Noah. Don't mention it. I've been hearing a lot about how hard you've been trying lately. Everyone's noticed. It would be such a waste to give up now." I said that, knowing all I could do was offer her gentle encouragement. But she told me that those words alone had saved her. From then on, Ashley's demeanor changed drastically. The tense expression she usually wore was replaced with a calmer, more relaxed one, as if a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. Even her colleagues and supervisors noticed the change, and the workplace atmosphere became noticeably more pleasant. Ashley smiled more often now, making her easier to talk to, and I found myself enjoying our conversations. Our relationship also began to change. Outside of work, she started helping me prepare for my university entrance exams, essentially becoming my tutor. Perhaps because of her experience with her younger brother, she was great with kids, and my siblings quickly grew attached to her. "Hey, Noah. How's Ashley doing lately?" "Ah, good morning, Mr. Moore." One day, I found myself sharing an elevator with CEO Moore, who asked this right away. "Ashley?" "She's gotten used to the work and has been building great relationships with our new clients." "I see. Compared to before, she's much more approachable now." "Yes, it's a result of her hard work, I believe." "Ha, as expected of you, Noah. You've been keeping a close eye on her, haven't you?" "What?" His cryptic comment left me flustered, and he gave me a hearty pat on the back, looking pleased. "Ah, Dad, no, Mr. Moore." "Oh, Ashley. Heading to a meeting?" "Yes." "What about you? What are you doing here?" "Just telling Noah to keep taking care of you. After all, you seem to like him quite a lot. You even said you'd like him as your husband, didn't you? Right, Noah?" "What?" Caught off guard by the sudden turn in conversation, I froze in place. With a smile, Moore stepped out of the elevator, leaving the two of us alone. Feeling embarrassed, I couldn't bring myself to look at Ashley, who seemed just as flustered. "You really might become the CEO of this company someday." Her playful, yet meaningful smile left me no choice but to surrender. Still, if that future does come to pass, I'd like to be the one supporting her every step of the way. Everyone here is going to work at the new restaurant. My new restaurant, where I'm the owner. I can't deal with happy-go-lucky person like you anymore. Oh, but I'll leave the useless dishwasher behind. This place is a restaurant that specializes in vegetables. Sophie, who was a business partner, is going out on her own with all the employees except me. As if her words were the cue, the smirking staff began walking out of the kitchen one by one. Soon, the kitchen was empty except for me and Claire, the owner. Claire collapsed to her knees and sat down on the spot, mumbling, why?" as she stared at the floor. Of all days, today we had a reservation from the group that helped fund the restaurant when it first opened. "It's over now. Seeing Claire slumped on the floor, the dishwasher, made up my mind. I'll cook. What, but, you are? Claire widened her eyes in shock as she looked at the food I had prepared, rendered speechless. Who are you really? My name is Thomas, and I work as a part-time dishwasher at this privately owned restaurant. To put it simply, this is a vegetarian restaurant. It's a place committed to organic, pesticide-free vegetables, with a focus on lunch. The soups, mains, and desserts are almost entirely vegetable-based. The offerings change daily, and there's even a corner where customers can buy vegetables. The owner, Claire, believes in helping people appreciate the natural flavor of vegetables. She also had a close friend and business partner. Hey! Don't use cucumbers that are this crooked. I know they're organic, but there's a limit to how ugly they can look. You should have some sense of aesthetics. Oh, and by the way, there'll be penalties for any cooking mistakes from now on. These vegetables are expensive, you know. The person yelling in the kitchen was Sophie, Claire's business partner. I understand that the irregular appearance of organic vegetables is inevitable. But it felt like Claire was becoming increasingly particular about both presentation and cost. During such a tense moment in the kitchen, a bright voice broke through. Great job, everyone. That's the last lunch order, so just a little more to go. Let's hang in there. Claire entered the kitchen with a smile just as Sophie stormed out. Claire asked me what had happened, so I gave her a brief explanation. Sophie is very ambitious, you know. I'm grateful for that in some ways. But for now, let's focus on our customers. The kitchen buzzed back to life. Claire then quietly said to me, there will always be problems, but as long as we stick to the restaurant's motto, we'll be okay. That's true. I replied with a smile, and Claire smiled back at me. I shared Claire's belief in letting people enjoy the true flavors of organic vegetables, the restaurant's guiding principle. But not everyone felt the same way. During the break after lunch, I was washing the last of the dishes for our final customers. A few kitchen staff were still lingering. Man, do customers even notice the difference in flavor? They probably just want to brag about eating organic veggies. And we're here putting up with all this nonsense to cook for them. Does the owner even get it? Complaints like this had become a daily routine. There was another reason for what happened in the kitchen. Just as I was about to finish my work, someone kicked me in the leg, almost making me drop a plate. Oops, my bad. You've already got an easy job, so you can't go breaking dishes, huh? I mean, this place barely uses dressing. And they ask about customers' vegetable dislikes in advance, so no leftovers come back. You just get the dishes in an easy-to-wash state and scrub them real quick. Honestly, I envy you, Mr. Dishwasher. We're the ones carrying this place. Getting nagged at all day. But really, a job as a part-time dishwasher? Isn't that just embarrassing? No kidding. At this point, I'd rather just be unemployed. They didn't bother holding back their laughter as they walked out of the kitchen. They always make fun of me before heading to the break room. Especially when there were too many complaints from Sophie. It was probably just a way to vent their frustrations. As long as they cooked properly, I didn't care. As long as they didn't betray Claire's beliefs, that was enough for me. I convinced myself of that and washed the last dish. From the time this place opened, I had watched it grow into a popular restaurant where reservations were essential. I thought this success would continue into a bright future. But an unforeseen incident changed everything. The day before, I had been off, so I came in early that morning. Whenever I was off, the dishes were usually a mess, and I often had to rewash a few. I came in early to check. Claire had mentioned she wouldn't be at the restaurant yesterday because she was visiting a supplier. Before I even entered the restaurant, I noticed something odd. In the trash area, there were boxes from a supplier I didn't recognize. Worried that something might have happened, I hurried to the kitchen. Of course, no one was there yet. It looked like no one had bothered to clean up. The sink was full of food scraps. But the scraps didn't even look like they were from the usual menu. I opened the trash bin just to check. Inside, I found piles of bags that had probably contained pre-cut vegetables like those sold at supermarkets. What on earth happened? I tried to figure it out, but then I heard voices outside. Well. It's you, Mr. Dishwasher. You're here early today, good for you. It was Sophie. She wasn't alone. There was someone else with her, a woman I didn't recognize. When I was about to ask someone, Claire came rushing in, running hurriedly. She was holding a phone in one hand, gasping for breath, unable to steady herself. Claire, your face is a mess from sweat. What's the rush? I don't care what I look like. What is this, Sophie? Claire shoved the phone screen towards Sophie. Sophie took the phone without flinching and began reading aloud. It's from the customer feedback section on our website. Even though I chose the chef's special course, the food looked nothing like the photos I'd seen before. I was shocked. Or so it says. What happened? Why wasn't I told anything about this? And, who is this person? I was just trying something I'd been planning for a while. We used pre-cut vegetables and bought everything else in bulk to cut costs. Taste can be covered up with dressing. The highlight of the dishes is now the carving. And this is someone famous for vegetable carving. The woman finally gave a slight nod as Sophie introduced her. Vegetable carving is an art form where vegetables are cut into intricate shapes, like flowers. It's far more elaborate than simple decorative cuts, closer to art than cooking. But making carving the main feature? What did that even mean? Claire looked more bewildered than I felt. You serve that as this restaurant's food? Have you forgotten what this restaurant is for? What happened to the organic vegetables? The vegetables you used for carving were mass-purchased, weren't they? Carving might be beautiful, but it completely goes against our motto of letting people enjoy whole vegetables. It might have been the first time I'd seen Claire shout so loudly. But Sophie didn't flinch. Instead, she turned the phone back to Claire. Vegetable-focused dining is outdated. Customers don't care if it's organic or pre-cut. That's not what matters anymore. This is reality, take a look for yourself. On the phone screen was a photo-sharing app with the restaurant's name searched. Claire stared silently at the screen. Perfect for social media, so photogenic. It was super cute, I took tons of pictures. I want to go again. Claire read the comments aloud in a whisper, almost as if mocking herself. Sophie, on the other hand, spoke with confidence. It's all about how eye-catching and spectacular the food is going to be. What you see now is the honest truth of the times. You have all day to think about it. Saying that, she took the phone from Claire and walked out with the other woman. Claire slumped into a nearby chair, her head hanging low. Even so, that's not what this is about. There was still time before the others would arrive. I made a cup of coffee and approached Claire. Are you okay? Yeah. Thank you. After a short silence, Claire looked up at the ceiling, closed her eyes briefly, and began to speak. I first met Sophie when she was still an agriculture student. It was during the summer break, and I was helping out on my family's farm. Sophie had seen the organic vegetables we were selling at the roadside market and was so impressed she asked if she could try farming. She stayed at our house for 2 weeks. Oh, I remember how amazed she was by the vegetable-filled soup my mom made the first time she had it. We talked a lot about our dreams, and little by little, we started discussing real plans for the future. We wanted to spread the word about organic vegetables, first by opening a restaurant and eventually by having our own farm. Claire shifted in her seat, her gaze dropping as if reminiscing about those days. We worked so hard to make organic vegetables part of everyday life. Sophie had a talent for adding beauty and color to dishes. taking traditional farmer-style meals and making them restaurant-worthy. I thought the reason for this restaurant was something we both shared. Something unchanging. Suddenly, as if snapping back to the present, Claire looked at me with an apologetic expression. Sorry. You don't need to hear all that. I just need to think about what comes next. No. I'll follow you no matter what happens, Claire. Claire blinked in surprise at my words, then smiled softly as she sipped her coffee. The day I first met Claire may not have been special to her. But to me, it was as though she had saved my life. It was a year ago, late at night. I had been sitting on a bench in a nearby park. I'd lost my job a month earlier. Slowly, I'd lost the ability to taste food, and eventually, I lost even the will to eat. Wandering aimlessly, I ended up in that park. I thought I'd just sit, but I collapsed sideways onto the bench. That's when Claire happened to pass by. Even in the darkness, with the streetlight casting a glow, I remember thinking she was a beautiful woman. Seeing my pale face, she spoke to me and draped my arm over her shoulder, half dragging me to a nearby building. It seemed to be a restaurant, though it was still under construction, with paint cans and tools scattered around. The mere thought of food made me feel nauseated again. Sorry to keep you waiting. Are you okay? Can you hold a glass? I thought something gentle on your stomach would be best. So I made a vegetable smoothie. Carrot, apple, a bit of honey, and lemon blended whole with the peel. Perfect for recovery. Here, try it. I must have unconsciously admitted I was hungry. I tried energy drinks and similar things before, but my body always rejected them. Yet, for some reason, I found myself torn between the familiar aversion to food and the unexpected desire to drink this smoothie. In the end, I took a sip. It was delicious, like it seeped into my body. The hint of lemon worked beautifully as a secret touch, enhancing the sweetness. Above all, the carrot flavor was rich and naturally sweet. Before I knew it, I had finished the whole glass. While I sat there, stunned, Claire brought me something else. This might feel like too much after the smoothie, but this is going to be one of our restaurant's main dishes. It's hot, so eat slowly. She smiled warmly and left. What she placed before me was a vegetable soup. But it wasn't just any soup, whole carrots and potatoes floated in the broth. The vegetables were so tender I could cut them with a fork. The taste was deep and rich, perfectly paired with the simple seasoning of salt and pepper. It was a dish meant to highlight the true flavor of vegetables. Oh, I'm so glad you understand. Ha! Apparently, I had spoken my thoughts out loud without realizing it. Claire told me that the vegetables were from her family's organic farm, and this place was set to open soon as an organic vegetable restaurant. We want organic vegetables to be a part of everyday life, not something special or rare. We want to spread awareness about reducing environmental impact, about how delicious organic vegetables are, and most of all, about smiles like yours. Before I knew it, I had finished the meal I had once resisted so strongly, and I realized I was smiling as I listened to Claire share her dreams. What? You lost your job, hadn't eaten, and collapsed here? Yes. I'd never known that vegetables alone could taste this good and make me feel so happy. So you mean, these vegetables were delicious? Yes, that's right. Okay, then work here. I'm Claire, the owner. Yes. Wait, what? And just like that, I started working at this restaurant. But it wasn't just that the meal had saved my life. Claire had reminded me of something I'd forgotten. That's why I decided to start over, working as a part-timer. I made up my mind to stay by her side. Thomas? Aren't you drinking your coffee? Oh, sorry. It was about time for the other staff to start arriving. We decided that we'd pretend yesterday was a special case and try to get things back to normal. I talked it over with Claire as well. It might be a brute force approach, but I felt it was the only option. Still, something felt off. I couldn't shake the feeling. That day, we were overwhelmed with inquiries asking if the carving service was still unavailable. Claire handled most of the responses, but Sophie hadn't shown her face at the restaurant since the morning. I thought the staff might vent their frustrations again today, but they quietly went about their work, and we eventually reached closing time. Claire and I exchanged a few words of relief, having somehow made it through the day. But just a few hours later, we would be thrust into a situation filled with such malice that it made us forget all about our small victory. The next morning, I arrived early again. There was still unresolved tension from the day before, and today, of all days, we had a reservation for a large group. It had been booked a month in advance, and everything should have been prepared. Yet, as usual, I was the first one there, and a sense of dread settled in my chest. The others did show up at the usual time, but something was wrong. No one was getting ready. They didn't change into their uniforms and just stood around the kitchen. I was about to say something when Claire arrived, arms full of ingredients. She smiled, though her voice wavered slightly. "Hey, it's already time to start. Is something wrong?" Everyone watched Claire with smirks on their faces as she hesitantly spoke up. "We don't care anymore." "Oh, wait, wasn't there a group reservation today? What time again?" "Who knows?" "Don't care." My stomach dropped. My worst fears had come true. I stepped forward to question them, but before I could, she arrived. "Is everyone ready to say goodbye to their old stomping ground?" Sophie, what's going on?" It was rare for me to speak up, and Sophie looked momentarily surprised. But then her expression twisted into one of mockery. "Wow, the country bumpkin and the dishwasher really are slow to catch on, huh? Here's the deal, everyone here is coming to work at my new restaurant. A place that actually gives people what they want, not this self-indulgent mess. I've already tested everything here. And the new location is perfect, plenty of young customers." "The test, you mean 2 days ago?" "Exactly. It proved my point. I can't believe I wasted so much time on your silly country dreams. I'm done babysitting someone who can't make anything but rustic dishes." With that, the staff began pulling off their aprons and tossing them aside, one after another. "Wait, you all complained about her nagging. Why are you following her?" "Because the pay's better, and the location's way more popular." Who wouldn't go? It was clear now. Sophie had been working behind the scenes to win them over. They had been following her orders all along, knowing they would leave. The pieces fell into place, but it was too late. "Why?" "Sophie?" Sophie looked down at Claire, her words dripping with venom. "Nobody's going to stick around for a hypocrite like you." "Oh, and for today's group?" "Just tell them. We're out digging for potatoes in the countryside, please wait." "Well, bye-bye." As if her words were a signal, the grinning staff began walking out of the kitchen one by one. Soon, the kitchen was empty except for me and Claire. Claire collapsed to the floor as if her knees had given way. A tomato she'd been holding rolled across the floor. Even so, she kept muttering, why, while staring down at the floor. "I can't do this alone. Today's guests are the ones who supported us when we first opened. Sophie knows that. It's over. It's all over." Hearing the despair in her voice, I felt ashamed of even hesitating for a moment. I had promised to follow her dream. I picked up the tomato and gently helped Claire to her feet. "I'll cook." "What? The menu's already decided, right? Is this tomato for today's dishes?" "Wait, Thomas, hold on. Cook? Even if it's just vegetables, maybe I should." Ignoring her protests, I checked the fridge, grabbed a couple of bananas, and quickly whipped up 2 smoothies. I handed one to her. "Thomas, you seem surprisingly confident." "Claire, it's too soon to give up. Come on, We're going to be busy, let's get a boost from the banana sugar. Okay. I surprised myself with my upbeat tone, but I wanted Claire to stay positive. If we were going to get through this, she needed to smile. The guests are 6 people. I picked a special variety of tomatoes this morning just for today. But one guest can't eat tomatoes. I see. Then let's use apples for that person. Since it's a salad, and the apples we currently have are a rare variety from somewhere like Vermont. As for the main dish, oh, it's that soup, isn't it? The one with whole carrots. Yes. It's been their favorite since we first opened. Understood. I'll pace the cooking based on how they're eating. I'll get started now. Claire still looked a little uncertain, but she began preparing the dining area with quick, precise movements. I reviewed the recipes once more. Cooking times, the amount of salt, everything had been carefully detailed. It was clear how much trial and error had gone into perfecting each dish. There was no way I could let it all end here. I followed the recipes carefully, adding a slight touch of my own where I thought it would enhance the flavor. Before I knew it, the reservation time had arrived. I heard the sound of cars pulling up and lively voices filling the restaurant. It was time. When Claire came to pick up the appetizers, she looked wide-eyed for a moment, but quickly recovered. The meal began. The appetizer is a vegetable potage. Both the tomatoes and apples seemed to be well received. The main dish was the signature carrot soup, accompanied by bread made with organic wheat. I heard voices of surprise and delight as some guests tasted the dish for the first time. I had carefully chosen carrots of just the right size to avoid them being too bland and adjusted the steaming time and seasoning ever so slightly. It reminded me of the first time I had tasted this soup, and I couldn't help but smile to myself. By dessert, Claire's face had softened, and her natural smile had returned. After the meal, one of the guests, likely one of the original supporters, shook Claire's hand with a warm smile. That was truly delicious. It's even better than before, isn't it? At first, I supported you out of charity, but now, I'm a fan of this restaurant, of these vegetables, and of you. I'll be back again. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much. Claire, looking slightly embarrassed as she received applause from the guests, glanced over at me. It seemed she had caught me peeking. We exchanged a sneaky little fist pump. After seeing the guests off and finishing the cleanup, I finally got to enjoy a well-deserved cup of coffee. The events of the morning felt like a distant memory, and I was now in a brighter mood. As I took a breather, Claire leaned in and peered at my face. Thomas, thank you so much for today. I couldn't have done anything on my own. But, can I ask you something? It was obvious what she wanted to ask. I decided that if it was Claire, I could share even the past I had kept buried, and slowly, I began to speak. About a year and a half ago, do you know the 3-star restaurant that opened for the first time here in the US? You mean the one in the hotel where even the cheapest stay costs at least $1,000 a night? Yes. I was the executive chef there. Before that, I'd worked at another restaurant in the same hotel. And after gaining experience at their overseas flagship, I was transferred. Claire's wide eyes grew even wider. Her expression made me smile faintly, loosening the tension in my shoulders just a bit. Everything had to be flawless of flavor, service, every detail. If someone couldn't keep up, they'd be reassigned or fired immediately. And it was my job to decide that. I was relentless. I made staff practice until their pinch of salt was exact to the gram. And I even evaluated how they behaved during their breaks. It was all for the sake of maintaining perfection. But I closed my eyes, recalling that day. The result was a complete boycott. When it was time to open, not a single staff member showed up. I already knew no one was coming. So I started preparing for service earlier than usual. Thomas. I let out a bitter laugh and continued. The staff had actually all been there. They were watching to see what I would do. I guess they had already given up on expecting anything from me when I started prep work without saying a word or reaching out to them. They went directly to management, and I was fired. From the hotel's perspective, it would have been a far bigger problem if the entire team quit, leaving the restaurant unable to operate. Honestly, the days after that are a blur. I kept wondering what I did wrong, but I couldn't figure it out. It was all I could think about. Gradually, I couldn't eat. I started questioning everything. Is the bread I'm holding now truly top-notch? The rice? The water? My belief that I must provide nothing but the best started to strangle me, and I couldn't escape it. Eventually, I stopped eating altogether for days, and then, that's when. The park, that night? Yes. I think I've finally figured out why I was able to eat Claire's food that day after working here and watching her. I had been so self-centered. I never once thought about the people eating my food. Sure, I remembered our customers' names and what they looked like, but I couldn't recall their expressions while they were eating. That day, Claire's dish was made with me in mind to make me smile. And it really was delicious. Today, I did my best, but I know I could never make food like that. Before I could say more, Claire stood up abruptly. What are you talking about? You said it yourself, you gave it your all today. You cooked for this restaurant, for me when I was left alone. And for our guests. You even added little touches to make the food even better, right? That's food made to make people smile. Claire. I hesitated, then carefully asked. Did I make anyone smile? At that moment, Claire's face lit up like the sun. She took my hands in hers, holding them tightly, and nodded again and again, as if trying to drive the message home. Her silent encouragement said more than words ever could. Suddenly, I felt something cold on my cheek. When I reached up to touch it, I realized I was crying. My emotions had overwhelmed me without me even realizing it. Embarrassed yet relieved, I looked directly into Claire's eyes. Thomas. Her voice was soft but filled with unwavering determination. Even though Sophie and everyone else are gone, I don't want to give up on my dream. Her words made my heart race. Will you help me? Just a little longer. She took a deep breath, then continued. Until you find your own path. Her words struck deep, filling my chest with warmth. Claire was thinking not just of her dream, but of my future as well. What are you talking about? My voice trembled, but I spoke firmly. I'll follow your dream, no matter what. At those words, Claire's eyes glistened with tears for just a moment. But she quickly suppressed them and looked at me with a determined, unwavering gaze. She squeezed my hands even tighter. The warmth of her touch carried a promise of trust, of hope, and of a shared future. For a while, we stared at each other without saying a word. In that silence, there was a sense of trust between us and a quiet hope for the future. From that day forward, Claire and I began preparing to reopen the restaurant together. We made it a fully reservation-only restaurant. Previously, we accepted reservations, but now we operated exclusively by them, ensuring that even with just the two of us, one in the kitchen, one in the front of house, we could serve exceptional food. It also allowed us to spend more time with each customer. To balance things, we closed the restaurant outside of lunch hours and began offering takeout instead. We expanded our offerings beyond the restaurant. Alongside vegetable sales, we began selling smoothies and gelato, and in the evenings, we introduced vegetable-focused bento boxes in limited quantities. By using unused vegetable parts from lunch and bento preparations for the smoothies, we reduced our food waste even further. This also allowed us to keep prices reasonable and spend more time interacting with customers. From the moment we started, the flavors were a hit, and sales began to grow steadily. During takeout hours, I often helped on the sales side as well. Seeing the customers' expressions, Talking about the food not as a mechanical explanation but as part of a conversation, these experiences brought noticeable changes within me. Thomas, you seem happier somehow. Do I? Maybe it's because the sales are exceeding expectations. Well, that's true too. Anyway, let's start the meeting. With the restaurant's operation stabilizing, we decided to take the next step. This step was tied to Claire's original dream, to make organic vegetables a part of everyday life. The biggest challenge, of course, was cost. Organic farming takes more effort, which naturally drives up prices, leaving organic vegetables stuck with the image of being luxury items. Claire groaned, almost comically, like a character in a comic. This vicious cycle is the problem, isn't it? Yes. No matter how much effort goes into growing the vegetables, if they don't sell, it's meaningless. Farmers won't want to grow them without stable buyers. That's why, a restaurant, right? Without delay, we headed to Claire's family home on our day off. We decided to start by creating a model case after discussing it together. If we could prove that transitioning to organic farming could yield stable income, it would make negotiations with other farmers easier down the line. The farm was about an hour's drive away, and when we arrived, I was stunned by the sheer scale of it. The fields stretched endlessly, producing seasonal vegetables year-round, with an impressive variety of crops. The tomatoes Claire had brought recently, those rare, high-end ones, were grown here. The dedication to organic cultivation, it turned out, had been passed down from Claire's grandparents. The more I listened, the more I realized this was exactly the kind of environment Claire had grown up in, and I couldn't help but feel convinced. As we shared a meal, we talked with her family about the future we envisioned. Knowing Claire's dream, her parents readily, almost too easily, offered their support. They agreed to expand the organic farming area and prioritize supplying their vegetables to our restaurant and the local roadside market. We formalized everything through proper contracts to ensure the partnership served as a valid model case. Watching Claire talk so passionately, I noticed how proud her parents looked. Before we left, Claire's mother said something to me that I'll never forget. Thomas, to us farmers, Claire's dream might sound like pure fantasy. But it's a beautiful dream, and we believe in it. Please, continue to support her. Farming is a long-term commitment, it takes years to see results. Taking on something new is truly challenging. Claire and I reaffirmed our resolve to take things one step at a time and give our all to what we can do right now. The days passed in a whirlwind of activity. We focused on improving restaurant service, creating seasonal menus that showcased the best of organic vegetables, and building connections with local farmers. It was exhausting work. I'd be lying if I said we weren't tired. But Claire and I were no longer alone. We always had each other. For the first time, I realized how bright the future could look when you have someone walking alongside you. Thomas, you're such a lifesaver when it comes to contracts and negotiations. I always get a bit too passionate. Claire said this one evening after we closed up shop. What brought that on all of a sudden? I think that passion of yours is important too, though. Thomas, you always speak so carefully and politely. Is that because of your previous job? Yeah. I guess it's just ingrained in me now. But maybe we balance each other out perfectly. I'll always be the partner you can rely on. I meant it as a simple, honest statement, but Claire stared at me for a moment before muttering something like, honestly, and heading off to make coffee. 3 months passed. This morning's reservation guests don't have any allergies or special menu requests, so we're all set. I was in the kitchen early in the morning, waiting for the vegetables to arrive while brewing 2 cups of coffee. When we switched to a reservation-only system, I'll admit I was anxious. But many customers who came once would immediately book their next visit. And we received high praise in a well-known restaurant review magazine, which helped tremendously. The restaurant soon gained nationwide recognition as a vegetable-focused spot where reservations were fully booked months in advance. Good morning. It smells great today too. Mind if I have some coffee? Good morning, of course, help yourself. Ah, this is the domestic coffee bean from the other day, right? It's perfect for the morning, but we should also serve it after meals soon. Lately, we had started spending these morning hours together, combining it with discussions. Even in her busy days, Claire always had a smile on her face in the mornings. But today, her smile seemed even more radiant than usual. Thomas, it looks like we've secured the funding. Now we can expand the restaurant. That's amazing. If we move away from a reservation-only system, more people will get to enjoy our food. We had taken yet another step closer to our dream. Claire fell silent for a moment but continued smiling. Then she gently held my hand. Claire? Honestly, if it weren't for you, Thomas, I would have given up back on the day everyone left me. I can't thank you enough. Thank you. What are you saying? This is just the starting line. Yeah. Let's keep going forward together. Of course. Hearing the sound of a car, Claire rushed off, and I hurried to follow her, wondering if my face was turning red. Lately, I couldn't help but get nervous when Claire looked at me or touched me. I shook off my distracting thoughts and ran outside after her. Claire had already taken care of the major tasks for the restaurant's reopening. She really was an impressive owner. The announcements, pausing reservations during the renovation period, coordinating with our contracted farmers, and hiring new staff had all been handled. That day, Sophie had insulted and looked down on Claire, but I wondered how could anyone? She was someone who always looked ahead and cared about the people around her. Someday, Sophie would realize that too. During the renovation, we didn't sit idle. We secured permits to sell food on nearby streets and continued offering takeout products. Finally, the big day arrived. The new restaurant was about twice the size of the old one, and we had also introduced a vegetable buffet during weekday lunches. The hall and kitchen teams were joined by new staff members. We all visited Claire's family home, where everyone got hands-on experience with organic vegetables, expanding their knowledge through tastings and workshops leading up to the reopening. It was as though all our hard work had borne fruit, so many ambitious and wonderful people had gathered to work with us. Everyone's efforts shone brightly on the reopening day. Customers were full of praise, and the staff expressed how happy they were to confidently answer questions. I, too, felt overjoyed that Claire and I had never given up and kept moving forward. But about a month later, an unexpected visitor arrived. During the busy lunch rush, word spread to the kitchen that a customer had demanded to see the owner as soon as they sat down. I had a bad feeling, so once lunch ended, I immediately went to the office. There she was, Sophie. I knew it. This was because I had heard rumors that the new restaurant Sophie opened, after betraying Claire, was struggling. Although it initially generated some buzz, the menu lacked variety, and dishes created solely for visual appeal failed to attract loyal customers, leading to financial difficulties. When Sophie noticed me, she smirked and spoke. "Oh, dishwashing boy, it's been a while. You should thank me for being promoted to chef by default. By the way, Claire, did you use the tomatoes I sent as a gift for your reopening? Everyone happened to be here, so we used them for smoothies." Thank you, Sophie. I remembered that we had studied tomatoes together during training, but this was the first time I'd heard those tomatoes had come from Sophie. Oh my, using them for the staff, you must be doing quite well financially. I always recognized Claire's talent as a manager, you know. Claire said nothing. The heavy atmosphere lingered, but then Sophie's tone changed. And she said it. "Hey, why don't we work together again?" Claire looked surprised for just a moment, but quickly regained her serious expression and replied. "Why? Claire, it's not good to hold grudges. This restaurant has grown bigger and gained recognition. Don't tell me you're still clinging to the silly idea of promoting organic vegetables? Now is the time to make this place go viral my way. Don't you get it? No, it doesn't matter if you don't. I can do it. If we don't cash in now, when will we? This place is only thriving because of the novelty. Your ridiculous, self-satisfying ideals are just in the way. We need to make a huge profit and pull out before the trend fades. Then, we can start something new and trendy again. That's how we'll join the ranks of the rich and famous. Trust me, just leave it all to me. Sophie spewed out her words rapidly, eyes wide, her voice rising as she confronted Claire. What she meant by "let's do this together again" wasn't the future we had once dreamed of and talked about. It was simply a way to make money. I turned to look at Claire. Claire had her eyes closed. Then, she slowly opened them. Maybe I was foolish to hope, just like you said, Sophie. Sure, money is necessary, but that's not what I want to grow. When you sent me those tomatoes, I already had a feeling. You know a lot about flowers and vegetables. Tomato flowers mean perfection. But the tomatoes you sent were bulk buy ones. You were telling me that spreading organic produce was hopeless, weren't you? Sophie. We just can't understand each other anymore. Then, Claire spoke to Sophie in a clear, firm voice. Please leave. Sophie shot up from her chair so forcefully that it nearly tipped over. She glared at Claire. Ah, is that so? I can't believe how angry I am at my younger self. My greatest mistake was meeting someone as delusional as you. Listen. Dreams are for kids. When you're an adult, money is everything. If you don't get that, then you're just an arrogant fool. You'll see you'll hit rock bottom and regret this. Hurling those bitter words behind her, Sophie stormed out, her footsteps loud and unrelenting. Claire remained silent for a moment, then let out a deep breath and turned to me. I do like flower fields, but I think I'll stick with vegetable fields. Despite her faint, sad smile, I could tell her words were masking the pain of a final break with an old friend. I'll help you grow them. Ha! Thank you. This was, no doubt, a turning point for Claire. But I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling left by Sophie's parting words. A few days later, an unexpected offer came to the restaurant. It was from a magazine that had previously given us high praise. They wanted to feature our restaurant in a popular critics column. This critic, though likely writing under a pen name, was famous in the food industry, someone said, to influence trends. His sharp, unfiltered reviews were part of his appeal, though he never revealed his face. It was an all-or-nothing kind of situation. To accept was to gamble. Claire understood this perfectly. She stared at the email in deep thought, then took a sip of coffee and quickly sent her reply, an acceptance. You've got to believe in doing it at 100%. That's what this restaurant is all about. Exactly, Thomas. We both smiled, ready to take on what felt like a challenge. Finally, the day of the review arrived. I hadn't told the staff about today's events on purpose since we were asked to provide our usual service. Instead, I handed out banana smoothies to everyone, simply as a little boost to keep us going for the day. 5 minutes before the scheduled time, the door opened, and 2 men walked in. From the kitchen, I peeked out to see them. And my mind went blank. No, my head was filled with words I couldn't forget, no matter how hard I tried. You're the one who destroyed my future. Don't ever forget that, for the rest of your life. If he realized I was working here, the review would undoubtedly be a 0. I had to leave. I had to tell everyone I was stepping back immediately. But if I left now, before a new leader had fully stepped up, it would throw the kitchen into chaos. My thoughts swirled, unable to settle. Then I faintly heard Claire's voice. Thomas? What's wrong? It's time for the main dish. Claire, today, no, from now on, I can't be a part of this restaurant anymore. What? I forced the words out through my haze. That younger guy with the critic? His name is Nathan. He used to work under me at my previous restaurant. A former colleague? Wait, does that mean? He was full of talent and effort. He was motivated, too. As for me, well, as I told you before, I wasn't. That day, I let him season the soup for the first time. I had the sous chef check it, but when I tasted it later, something was just a little off. I decided it was a slight misjudgment in the amount of salt and sent him to apologize to every table. The next day, he handed in his resignation. He waited until I was alone in the kitchen, folded up his apron, and with eyes full of resentment, he said, "You ruined my future. Don't ever forget that, for the rest of your life." Even though I eventually left the restaurant as well, I could never forget those words. Just remembering them made my chest tighten painfully. Perhaps sensing that, Claire gently placed her hand on my back. It wasn't entirely his fault. I had been told the usual salt was out of stock and that it would be replaced. But I never got around to tasting the new one myself. And it ended up being him who used it for the first time. It was such a subtle difference that only someone with exceptional taste could even notice. But when I found out later, I told myself it was Nathan's lack of professional awareness. That he wasn't first class. I was terrible. I turned toward Claire. I don't deserve to cook for him. If he finds out I'm here, it'll be a massive blow to the restaurant. I'm sorry, but Claire pulled her hand away from my back, grabbed both my hands, and held them close to her chest. Then, she spoke softly, almost in a whisper. "You are the chef of this restaurant now. I've seen the countless smiles your cooking has brought to our customers. That's who you are now, Thomas. If anyone says anything, I'll apologize right alongside you. So, let's have him taste it, okay?" Her words and smile brought all the memories of the time I'd spent here, Claire, the staff, and our customers flooding back into my mind. I don't think I'm entitled to expect anyone to understand who I am now. Instead, as the chef of this restaurant, I needed to serve the best dish I possibly could. Chef, could you taste this for me? Is now a good time? Oh, yeah. I'm coming. Owner. Good. As always, we combined our efforts to create the best main course. The last order was finished, and as the two men sipped their coffee, Claire was finally summoned to their table. From the kitchen, I watched, though I could only catch snippets of their conversation. The man who had been scowling earlier began to speak loudly, his voice carrying throughout the restaurant. Owner, huh? I'm not saying it's bad, okay? But have you heard of the phrase, food should be enjoyed with the eyes, too? This restaurant? Not cutting it. The whole vegetables only concept doesn't work these days. Do you think people want to take pictures of this stuff? You should research the younger demographic. It's lame, unsatisfying, and looks poor. Vegetables only and overpriced. I could go on forever. But hey, it'll make for an easy article. Now, let's go grab some meat afterward. His words echoed loudly, closer to complaints than an actual review. He was nitpicking flaws, broadcasting them for everyone to hear. I see. Claire only said that much, waiting quietly for the other man to speak. He said nothing for a moment before finally turning to Claire. I'd like to speak to the chef. Huh? Claire glanced toward the kitchen nervously. A staff member made a big OK sign with their hands, signaling it was fine. From the kitchen, I pressed my hands together and bowed slightly toward the man, taking deep breaths to steady myself. I couldn't just face him, I had to face all the people and mistakes of the past, too. Whatever he said, I would accept it. More importantly, I wanted to help Claire, who had just endured those harsh words alone. Thomas. Yes. I'll go. Claire and I approached the table, and I greeted them with a bow. The man who had been complaining earlier looked like he had more to say, but Nathan's silence seemed to hold him back. Nathan took a sip of water, looked at me directly, and I saw it, the recognition in his eyes. He knew exactly who I was. And from their conversation earlier, it was clear that Nathan was the actual critic. What would he say? Would he say nothing at all? If this restaurant took a hit, I was prepared to do whatever it took, even if I had to grovel. Nathan set his glass down and finally spoke. "So it really is you, Thomas?" "Yes." That was all I could say as I bowed deeply. "Raise your head." Honestly, I'd heard rumors from former colleagues that someone like you was working here at an organic vegetable restaurant. I couldn't believe it. But when I tasted this main dish, I knew. It had to be you. You know, back then, I used to drink leftover soup, trying desperately to figure out how to catch up to your level. His tone was casual, almost nostalgic, but I couldn't bring myself to look at him. That's when Claire stepped in. Thomas has been giving his all for this restaurant and for our customers every single day." Desperately trying to explain, Claire's words were stopped by his outstretched hand and a smile. "All right, I understand. Thomas, you were always creating dishes in spaces that delivered first-class quality. In a way. I thought that was your way of thinking about the customers. But there weren't many who could keep up with your strictness, myself included. After that incident, I left the restaurant, consumed by anger and resentment." He took another sip of water and this time turned his entire body to face me. Even though we had worked together, I was only now seeing his face clearly for the first time. "Thomas, I always thought about you. In the end, I couldn't leave the culinary world behind. But I often wondered about you, whether you gave up cooking when you left the restaurant." Standing up, he continued, his shoulders trembling, his words breaking apart. "I was truly sorry back then. I said those things hoping you'd regret everything. But even so, quitting like that, I shouldn't have done it. In the end, I ended up hurting myself as well. Thank you for continuing to cook, Chef Nathan. Not only did you maximize the flavor of organic vegetables, but you created depth, vibrance, and satisfaction in every dish. You truly are an incredible chef. It was a top-rated restaurant." Tears welled up in his eyes as he looked at me. A mixture of gratitude and regret overwhelmed me, and I burst into tears, even more than he did. I was the one who was immature. I felt useless, and it wasn't until I hit rock bottom and experienced kindness that I realized what truly mattered. I couldn't see it back then. I don't even have the words for you now. Chef. Ha! Nathan firmly gripped my hand and said, "All the words were already in your cooking. Thank you." "Oh, thank you." With Claire smiling warmly beside us, I finally felt like I could move forward. But then, a loud bang echoed through the restaurant as someone slammed the table. "What the hell, Nathan? Why'd you have to ruin the mood like this? The job this time was to give this place the lowest rating, remember? The pay was insane too. And now you're declaring it a top-rated place with that dumb sob story? What are you gonna do now?" The other man, who had been silent until now, suddenly began shouting violently, spewing out a string of unsettling words. Nathan let go of my hand and began to explain the truth. What he said is true. Back when I was just starting as a critic, I sometimes accepted jobs to write articles to get my name out there. Someone from that time reached out again. They said if I didn't comply, they'd expose everything I'd done before, so I couldn't refuse. Was the job what that guy just mentioned? Yes. I was paid to give a specific rating. This time, they wanted me to give the restaurant the lowest score possible. In the heavy silence that followed, the man stood up and clapped Nathan on the shoulder. "Hey, there's still time. Just say something right now. Oh, and throw in a story about this chef too, it'd get views." Former abusive head chef. Sloppy and overpriced food sound good? Stop it already. Nathan's shout rang through the restaurant. Without hesitation, he grabbed the man's phone, or he had been taking notes, and dropped it into a glass of water. What the hell are you doing? I'm done. I've had enough of this. I'm finally ready to move forward. I'll never write lies for money again. The man flinched at Nathan's serious glare, snatched the phone out of the water, and spat bitter words at him. Your life is over, you hear me? Leaving those parting words, the man stormed out. Are you sure? In response to my question, Nathan smiled as he gathered his belongings and turned back. A man who's climbed out of rock bottom shouldn't be saying that to me. I'll evaluate this place with my own words. Don't worry. Now wasn't the time to say it, but I couldn't stop myself from sharing what was in my heart as Nathan prepared to leave. It's late, but I always admired how hard you worked. I thought we'd be working together forever. That's why I trust you. I'll leave the rest to you. Nathan nodded with a smile, left a final word, and walked out of the restaurant. Afterwards, we offered coffee to the customers as a gesture, and the chaotic lunch service came to an end. Claire and I sat facing each other in the office. When I heard the word job, I honestly had a feeling. You too, Thomas. Yeah, me too. Nathan had told us the identity of the person who requested the job just before leaving. I can't believe it was Sophie. There's no point in thinking about it now. Let's leave the article to Nathan. Despite the serious conversation, Claire was smiling for some reason. What's so funny? Thomas, the worry has completely disappeared from your face. I'm glad. Ah, haha. As I let out an awkward laugh to hide my embarrassment, Claire stood up and leaned in close, almost right in front of me. But the tear stains are still very visible. Saying that, she casually pulled out a handkerchief and gently wiped my cheeks. A strange mix of ticklishness and comfort overwhelmed me, but with her face so close, I couldn't open my eyes. My face was probably flushed red, so much so that the tear stains weren't the only thing noticeable. A month later, the magazine we'd been dreading was finally published. The moment I held it in my hands, my chest tightened. Flipping through the pages, there it was, our restaurant, given the lowest possible rating. The same venomous words that man had spat that day were now printed boldly in black and white. Every line I read weighed heavily on my stomach. Under normal circumstances, this would spell the end for a restaurant. Reputation would plummet, customers would stop coming, and eventually, the doors would close for good. That hopeless future flashed through my mind. But we still had hope. Nathan had stepped up. He went directly to the weekly magazine, revealing everything through an exclusive interview. He confessed that the article was fraudulent, driven by financial transactions behind the scenes. Shockingly, he also admitted that he himself had taken part in similar actions earlier in his career. Nathan's courageous confession sent ripples through the industry. Social media was flooded with praise for his honesty and bravery. At the end of the interview, Nathan had this to say: "My real review of this restaurant is on my social media. From now on, I'll share my thoughts with pride and respect as someone who once worked in the culinary world. I deeply apologize for the trouble I've caused." Reading those words brought tears to my eyes. Nathan had accepted his mistakes and was bravely taking his first steps forward. When I glanced at Claire, her eyes were also glistening with tears. We nodded silently at each other, squeezing each other's hands tightly. The chaos brought a wave of interview requests and media inquiries. But our stance remained consistent. Come to the restaurant and see for yourselves. As a result, multiple outlets gave us glowing reviews, and the magazine in question eventually issued a public apology. Even now, long after the dust settled, our restaurant remains full of customers, and I feel nothing but gratitude. As for Sophie's restaurant, it quietly closed down just the other day. I only found out when one of the staff members who had once quit en masse returned, asking for their job back. It was a familiar face, one that had vented their frustrations on me in the past. I didn't say a word and left the decision to Claire. The office grew tense, but Claire flashed a smile brighter than ever and said, "All right, let's work together again. Thank you so much." Her immediate decision surprised me, but it was just like Claire. However, she didn't forget to mention one important detail. "Starting tomorrow, you'll be in charge of washing dishes and cleaning mud off the vegetables. Make sure to learn from the senior staff. Lunch service gets super busy." "Ha? Dishwashing. Okay." The slight disappointment on their face would vanish by tomorrow, once they experienced the pace and significance of the work. No task in the restaurant is insignificant. As lunch service was wrapping up, I headed back to the kitchen. Just then, the door opened, and a lone woman walked in. "Are you still serving lunch?" The staff started to explain that lunch hours had ended, but I stopped them and led her to a table. She looked frail, her face pale and devoid of energy. It was Sophie. I passed Claire in the back hallway and told her a guest had arrived before returning to the kitchen. Sophie sat there, head down, not even touching the glass of water in front of her. "Sophie, you look awful. Are you eating properly? Ha? You know what I've done, and you're still worried about me? Do you have that much free time? Or is it kindness? Pity?" Her lifeless sarcasm only deepened the feeling of emptiness in the room. As the two women sat in silence, I brought out a dish and set it in front of her. "Apologies, but lunch service has ended. I made this with what we had available. I hope that's all right." Sophie stared at the dish for a long moment before saying quietly, "It's fine." Just as I turned to leave, her voice stopped me. "Chef, may I speak with you for a moment?" "Of course." Bathed in the steam rising from the dish, Sophie began to speak in a halting tone. "I was born into a farming family, you know. The traditional kind. Our house was far from the fields, so we'd drive out in a truck every morning. I'd go straight to school with mud still on me. Then after school, I'd help with packing shipments. It was the same thing day after day. No time for fun, no time for love. Eventually, I began to hate it all. My parents said I could go to university as long as it was for agriculture. So I did. But really, I just wanted to leave. I swore I'd never go back." She paused, picked up her fork, and began breaking apart the vegetables in the soup. "But then I hit a wall with my research and signed up for a farming experience program to gather material. Oh, how I wish I could tell my past self if I hadn't gone to that field, if I hadn't met you. I wouldn't have started dreaming of something new." Sophie glanced briefly at Claire before taking a bite of the vegetables. Her voice trembled as she turned to Claire. "I wish I hadn't thought it was so delicious." "Sophie." Wiping a tear from her face, Sophie turned to me. "Chef, this is the dish I first ate at Claire's home, isn't it? You didn't have to do this." "Yes. Claire told me how much you loved it back then." "I see." Claire placed her hands on the table and stood, leaning closer to Sophie. "Hey, Sophie, I still want to." "Stop. I can't look to the future with you anymore. My vision is too clouded. I just can't." Both of them were crying now. So close, yet the distance between them felt insurmountable. I clenched my fists, frustrated by my inability to do anything. Sophie suddenly lifted her head and exhaled deeply. "Honestly, I only came here to throw one last jab at you. But this dish is unfair. Claire, until I can see the future clearly again, I'll leave you in the chef's hands. When I'm able to stand beside you once more, I'll come back. Now, lunch is over, isn't it? Let's end this here." She waved us off dismissively, and Claire and I stepped back. Sophie quietly ate, occasionally wiping her eyes, and then left the restaurant. Afterward, Sophie returned to her family farm. Using her university knowledge of fertilizers and soil, and the expertise she had gained from meeting other farmers during our restaurant's early days, she convinced her family to start organic farming. It would be some time before Sophie's farm became so popular that we'd announce delivery dates in advance, but that's another story. 6 months later, Claire and I stood together in front of a vast stretch of land. It was finally ours, this empty place, soon to be our treasure. It's such a beautiful spot. I can't believe it was just sitting here unused. Which is why we got it at such a good price. Let's just say it was waiting for us until we were ready to buy it. That's a lovely way to put it. I gently took Claire's hand, and she squeezed mine in return. This land was barren for now, once a field long ago. From here, our new dream would begin. It might take years of trial and error before we could grow organic vegetables good enough to serve at the restaurant. By then, organic vegetables might be a natural part of daily life. However long it takes, I'll be right here with you. You know. I can't believe how much of my life revolves around vegetables. It's funny when I think about it. Mine turned out the same. Sharing this life with someone sounds pretty great to me. As we stood there, gazing over the land, Claire suddenly pulled her hand away, stepped in front of me, and, for some reason, looked slightly annoyed. Then, she started questioning me in a firm tone. Thomas, hey. I've been meaning to say this for a while now. What's with all these misleading comments? You're going to make me misunderstand. What exactly are you misunderstanding? You know, stuff like however many years it takes or being together forever, that kind of thing. Seeing Claire's face turn so red over something unrelated to vegetables was rare, and, as always, it made her even more adorable. Should I stop saying those things? Claire? You're impossible. Her answer didn't come in words. Instead, as I felt her warmth, I quietly closed my eyes. Years from now, I'm certain we'll still be here, sharing dreams for the future as this place blooms into vibrant colors. A helping hand might be out there anywhere, unseen. But whether that hand belongs to an angel or a devil is something you'll only realize when the time comes. And when you do, the choice to hold on or let go. That's a decision only your own hand can make. You're fired, Alvin. You're nothing but a salary thief. Collapsing multiple times and inconveniencing everyone around you. Sure, I'll acknowledge your effort. But trash that's useless is still trash. No matter how much you polish it, trash is trash. You're a worthless burden on the company. Do you get that? The cold words of Simon, the head of HR, echoed through the spacious meeting room. Catching the last train home and the first one to work. Memories of a year spent working tirelessly, sacrificing weekends, flashed through my mind like a slideshow. A high school graduate working on the same floor as college grads? You're 100 years too early for that. Useless people like you are worse than trash. The cruel remark came from Harry, the department head, cutting through the air from the side. The harassment I had endured until now came flooding back. Yet, I had pushed forward with everything I had. I loved this job. I believed programming was my true calling. But the company thought otherwise. After collapsing from overwork 3 times and cycling in and out of the hospital, the company repaid me with the harshest treatment imaginable. Hey, Alvin. I packed your stuff for you. Starting tomorrow, oh, wait, today you don't have to come anymore. Take care. A colleague tossed a paper bag at him. Its contents were pathetically sparse. It hit me hard. I hadn't even had enough personal belongings to make a mark on the desk I'd used for the past year. This day marked a major turning point in my life. Just when I thought no one needed him, she appeared, the stunning CEO of a major corporation. Would you let me headhunt you? I'll pay you 10 times your current salary. The lifeline she extended would lead my life in a direction I never could have imagined. My name is Alvin. I lost my father to illness shortly after I was born. When I was in 4th grade, my mother passed away too. With no grandparents to turn to, I was left alone. After being passed around to several relatives, I finally ended up with distant relatives who ran a farm. They had a son named Isaac, 2 years older than me and in 6th grade at the time. Because it was the countryside, their house was large. And they gave me my own room. Still, having been shuffled around so much, I couldn't shake the feeling of being a burden. On my first day in that room, I opened the slightly dusty window and saw a beautiful crescent moon hanging in the night sky. That was when it truly hit me. My mother was gone, and I was utterly alone. I still remember crying quietly that night, making sure no one in the house could hear me. My new life was nothing like what I'd known before. Every morning started at 4 a.m., helping to harvest crops in the nearest field. After breakfast, I walked 30 minutes to school. After school, I helped prepare for the next day's harvest and assisted with dinner before eating, bathing, and going to bed. This routine continued throughout my school years. But for Isaac, it was different. Until the previous year, he had lived the same life as me, but his parents decided he should prepare for a private middle school entrance exam. As a result, his time outside school was spent studying or attending cram school. I later learned that one reason they took me in, despite being such distant relatives, was that they needed extra hands on the farm. At first, the work was tough, but I grew used to it, and eventually, I didn't feel much about it anymore. I got faster at my tasks and found myself with more free time. But having more alone time made it harder to keep my thoughts at bay. The night I cried for the first time, I vowed never to cry again. Tears wouldn't change anything, and there was no one to comfort me. A child like me, who had nothing, had no choice but to survive in this place. A small turning point came for me a few months later. It was an autumn Sunday. After finishing lunch and cleaning up, I usually returned to my room immediately. But that day, the sky seemed unusually vast, and I decided to go for a walk. In the countryside, houses were far apart. It wasn't unusual for the nearest neighbor's home to be a mile away. Until then, I had only traveled between my relative's house and school. This was my first time stepping into unfamiliar scenery. Unlike the city, there was nothing to block my view. The sky, which I once thought so beautiful I wanted to leap into it, now seemed so vast it was almost frightening. There was no one else around, only me. Standing precariously close to the edge of a ditch in the field, I closed my eyes and tilted my head back to gaze at the sky. That was when it happened. You fool! Who in their right mind naps in a place like that? Startled by the raspy, booming voice, I snapped my eyes open and frantically looked around. In the distance, against a backdrop of smoke rising like a signal fire, stood an old man holding a fire poker in the air. His face twisted in an almost demonic expression as he glared at me. Instinctively, I tried to run, but his voice thundered again. Even louder this time. Get over here now, or I'll catch you myself and spin you around like a top. 1, 2, 3. He continued to bellow in rapid succession, his fearsome expression unchanged. Reluctantly, I shuffled toward the source of the voice. To my young eyes, the man appeared to be somewhere between 40s and 60s. Thinking back now, younger looking for his age might be the best way to describe him. When I finally made it to the front, I got a tap on the head with a "Why didn't you run here?" and was dragged off to the yard. A flower bed resembling hydrangeas, a small vegetable garden further back, and the source of the smoke I had seen earlier stood before me. You're hungry, aren't you? Look, it's almost ready. The flames, dancing as they devoured newspaper and dried leaves, were both intimidating and exciting for a child like me. As I stood staring with my mouth slightly open, the old man rummaged through the fire with his poker, pulled something out, and wrapped it in fresh newspaper before handing it to me. Be careful, it's hot. Eat it, and toss the hard bits wherever. Ha! But, ow, hot. Ha ha. Didn't I warn you? Roasted sweet potatoes have to be eaten like this. Now sit down and enjoy it. He ruffled my hair playfully and nudged me to sit on the porch. The old man followed shortly, taking a seat beside me. Seeing me struggle to hold the scorching hot potato, he handed me a pair of work gloves. Thank you. Wow, it's hot. But it's delicious. Why so formal? In moments like these, you're supposed to shout yum to the sky at the top of your lungs. Go on, give it a try. I took another bite, puffed on it to cool it down, and then yelled at the sky with all my might. Yum! The sweetness of the roasted sweet potato was incredible, but what felt even better was shouting freely into the vast sky. Not knowing much about the man beside me, I focused on eating my potato and shouting again and again. As the surroundings began to darken, it was time to head home. Thank you, mister. The roasted sweet potato was amazing. Ah, my name's Raymond. Come back anytime. Waving goodbye to Raymond, I hurried home. When asked where I had been, I felt an inexplicable urge to keep the day's events a secret and simply said I had gone for a walk. From that day, a splash of color was added to my life. Visiting Raymond's house on weekends or days when farm work wasn't too busy became a regular habit. Raymond had lost his wife, and his children were married and living far away. He had a small field, but it seemed more like a hobby than a full-time occupation. In other words, Raymond was living a typical retired life. He would take me to the river, help me harvest vegetables, or simply listen as I rambled about school. Before I knew it, my initial nervousness faded, and I became completely at ease with him. Raymond's words could be a bit sharp at times, but he was a kind-hearted man. Stubborn and overly cautious, he seemed like someone who deliberately kept himself distant from the flow of modern trends. Time flew by, and I was now on the verge of starting my senior year of high school. Though my life remained mostly the same, I felt I had experienced a fair share of what could be called a youthful time. Without much discussion with my relatives, I had decided to enter the workforce after graduation. However, amid my predictable routine, I found myself unsure of what truly interested me or what I wanted to do. One day, after school, I approached Raymond's house as usual. Just as I reached for the front door. Yo, Alvin. Long time no see. What's up? Old Raymond is steaming sweet potatoes. Huh? Oh. Hey. Standing there, wearing a completely mismatched, garish outfit and sporting a hairstyle that didn't suit the countryside at all, was Isaac, who had moved to the city for college and was now living on his own. Isaac and I actually got along well when it was just the two of us. In fact, after failing his middle school entrance exams, Isaac had often asked me for help. And we'd study together late into the night before his tests. If anyone had found out that he was getting tutoring from me, the kind of scolding he would have faced was unimaginable. Even though it was 2 years ahead of my grade, helping Isaac study wasn't particularly difficult for me. When Raymond wasn't around, I usually spent my time in the library studying material far beyond my level, so I was already familiar with much of it. It had been a long time since I last saw Isaac, who had eventually managed to get into a safety net college. Maybe I should drop by to see old Raymond too. And hey, Alvin, I'll show you some of the excitement of city life while I'm at it. Wait, but did you already go back to your parents' house? You've got a lot of luggage. That doesn't matter. Come on, let's go. Isaac gave me a firm push on the back, and together we headed to Raymond's house. The moment we stepped inside, a strange groaning sound reached our ears. Gah! Ah! We both felt a sense of unease and rushed to the living room. Raymond? There he was, hunched over with his head down, muttering angrily at something in his hands. As I looked closer, I realized he was holding a mobile phone. Oh, Alvin and Isaac. Look at this thing. No buttons, and it keeps asking me, "What can I help you with?" I can't make any sense of it. Ha ha. Old Raymond, you finally joined the mobile phone world? But seriously, do you even need one out here? Anyway, I'm going to take a nap in the back. Isaac laughed loudly as he walked off to the back of the house. For what might have been the first time since we met, silence fell between Raymond and me. Then, staring at the phone in his hand, Raymond began to speak softly. My son's wife sent this. Said it's so she can contact me easily. Humph, she's as meddlesome as ever. His tone was different from usual. Though his face wore a smile, his expression carried a subtle complexity, as if he wasn't quite sure how to feel or what to do. Raymond, let's figure it out together. I don't have a phone either, but I've been studying them since I'll probably need one for work. Consider it a test run for me too. Alvin. Bah, do whatever you want with it. Thus began my phone crash course with Raymond. Apparently, the phone had turned on by accident, so I started by explaining the basics. Alvin. I tried calling the time service, but I can't hear anything. Huh? Oh. Raymond, the volume's muted. You adjusted with these buttons on the side. I adjusted the basic settings, removing unnecessary features to make the phone easier for Raymond to use. I focused on teaching him how to use the apps he'd likely need most, like the phone and messaging apps. I even created a manual tailored for him. I think I did a thorough job, including measures to protect him from scams. 30 minutes later. Oh, Raymond. Oh my, I was just about to call you. I knew you wouldn't know how to use it. Ha, hold on, I'll call everyone over. Okay. For about 5 minutes or so, I watched Raymond blush and laugh as he spoke. Seeing the loneliness seemingly melt away from him, I couldn't help but feel a little envious of the sight. When the call ended, Raymond slowly lowered the phone from his ear. His shoulders trembled slightly. He must have been crying. Isaac and I quietly left the house. The sun had already set, and it was getting late, time to head home. Hey, Isaac, I need to head back soon. What about you? You know, when I first got to college, I was shocked. It's a completely different world. Everything I thought was normal wasn't. I was so embarrassed. I'd just been faking it this whole time, copying what others do. Of course, I couldn't focus on studying at all. Eventually, I just wanted to run away, but going back home felt awkward too. I see. Isaac looked up at the night sky and laughed. If I didn't understand something, I should have just asked. Like old Raymond did with you. Maybe then, I'd have met someone kind enough to help me. Like you did for him. Old Raymond seems so happy. It's all thanks to you, Alvin. With that, Isaac grabbed my hand and pulled me along toward home. I'm going to try again. I'll even get on my knees and beg my parents to let me retake the year. Alvin. You should go down the path you want to take, the place where you feel at home. I smiled at him, exaggerating my expression with lowered eyebrows. In just a few days, these events had brought a significant change to my life. I decided to focus my job search on becoming a systems engineer at an IT company. Technology had become essential, yet increasingly complex, even harmful in some cases. I wanted to break that cycle somewhere. Raymond's joyful expression that day, and Isaac's words of gratitude, fueled my passion for job hunting. Fueled by night snacks prepared by Raymond, I worked hard to earn every certification I could while still in school. Occasionally, hearing Raymond's voice over the phone seemed to give me the push I needed. Thanks to that, I managed to secure a position at a performance-based IT company located in the city. Not a step of loneliness, but one of independence. I reported the news to my relatives, thanked them for everything, and headed to Raymond's house. The crackling of something bursting and the sight of smoke curling upward like a signal fire greeted me. Alvin. Hurry up. The potatoes are almost done roasting. Okay. I slipped on a pair of gloves, took the wrapped sweet potato from him, and sat on the porch. A little while later, Raymond joined me. Alvin, congratulations. That fancy computer company, right? It might be tough, but if anyone can do it, it's you. After all, thanks to you, even I'd become a smartphone specialist. He gave me the biggest smile and clapped me on the back. You've been like another grandson to me since you were a kid. If you're ever tired, just come over and crash in the living room like always. Yeah, I'll come back when I've made something of myself. Ah ha ha. I'll be looking forward to that. The land I'd been brought to unwillingly had somehow become a cherished place, home to people I cared deeply about. After graduating from high school, I moved into the dorm provided by the company and began my life as a working adult. Having a place I could hold dear in my heart gave me strength. Now, nearly a year had passed since I started working. Even though the company hired high school graduates, I was the only one in the information systems department. Everyone else was a college or technical school graduate. While I had studied beforehand, it wasn't enough to immediately apply to the demands of real-world tasks. I spent every day giving my all, no matter the challenges. Hey, Alvin, let me guess. You're one of those guys who thought being an SE was just playing games, right? I told HR not to hire high schoolers as SEs. Useless people like you are basically garbage. Maybe I should go talk to HR right now. Amid the constant demands of work, what always reached my ears were biting remarks directed at me. In most SA offices, everyone is typically glued to their computers, quietly focused on their tasks, with little room for casual chatter. But this office was different. Like stretching during a break, complaints and snide comments aimed at me echoed regularly, breaking the silence. What made it worse was that Harry, the department head, led these disparaging remarks. Over time, this created an atmosphere where treating me as lesser became acceptable. Still, I persevered. What gave me strength were the emails from Raymond, riddled with typos but filled with care and encouragement. Are you eating enough? Sleeping in a proper bed? Have you shouted into the sky recently? Even during sleepless nights, reading his messages felt like having a reassuring hand on my back, filling me with resolve. But resolve and health don't always go hand in hand. The physical and mental exhaustion that had been building began to seep through. The first time, I slid out of my chair at work and was taken to the medical office. The second time, I missed the last train home and passed out on a rooftop bench while drinking coffee to stay awake, nearly succumbing to pneumonia from the cold. The third time, I collapsed on a train platform and ended up hospitalized. Days passed where I couldn't move from my bed. My eyes were open, but it felt as though I couldn't see. My ears, however, seemed overly sensitive. When I closed my eyes, I thought I could sense someone approaching. I had no visitors, yet I could clearly hear the voices around me. Ha! He doesn't have any parents? Wow, I wonder if anyone will take him in. Keep your voice down. Honestly, we should deal with HR before he gets any ideas about suing for overwork. Hey, Alvin, sleep all you want. Later, it was Harry and his senior colleague. I kept my eyes closed, unmoving. Behind my closed eyelids, I could see it, the vast, endless sky and the smoke rising like a signal fire. It was a scene I could no longer return to. Lately, I'd been so overwhelmed that Raymond's texts had become buried beneath a flood of work-related messages. With effort, I moved my heavy body and opened my phone. I nervously opened the newest text among the many I had left unread. Alvin, remember to shout when you need to. For the first time since I had vowed never to cry, a single tear fell. The day after I was discharged, I arrived at work and was immediately summoned to a meeting room with Harry. Around the office, people whispered to one another, their eyes cast downward. I already knew why I was being called. It was either a transfer or, worst case, the scenario I had overheard Harry discussing at the hospital, a termination that had been approved by HR. When I entered the meeting room, Simon, the head of HR, was already seated at the far end. I had resigned myself to whatever was coming. "Alvin, how are you feeling today?" "Yes. I was discharged safely. I apologize for causing any concern." The unsettling detachment in Simon's words made me stumble over my reply. His mouth moved, but the warmth and sincerity expected in such an exchange were absent. Simon continued, "You've been with the company for a year. During that time, you've experienced health issues on 3 occasions, both at the office and during your commute, resulting in a total of 3 days of hospitalization. Perhaps it's more accurate to say you're feeling well today by sheer chance." I sat silently, listening intently. "I believe I understand your capabilities well. That's why we placed you in one of our most critical departments. But, Alvin, you're still young. Don't you think it's wise not to rush through life?" "What exactly do you mean by that?" Frustrated by the overly roundabout way of speaking, I finally asked for clarification, prompting Harry to step forward with deliberate footsteps. Position himself beside Simon with a bow that seemed to say, "Leave this to me," and then turn his sharp gaze toward me to deliver his cutting words. "It means you're fired, Alvin. You're nothing but a salary thief. You've collapsed multiple times and inconvenienced everyone around you. Sure, I'll acknowledge that you tried hard. But trash is still trash. No matter how much you polish it, it's still just garbage. You're nothing more than a useless drain on company resources. Do you understand that?" Sitting at least 10 seats away, Simon silently endorsed Harry's declaration. From where I sat, the two of them felt like images on a monitor, distant and surreal. I had poured everything I had learned into my work, striving to achieve even greater heights. I had no concept of leaving on time. My life revolved around catching the last train and returning on the first. When was the last time I'd had a casual conversation with colleagues? But I believed that someday, my hard work would open doors. Instead, here I was. The company had deemed me unnecessary. Before I could even consider legal action or filing a claim for overwork, they had decided to let me go with a smile on their faces, disguising their actions as kindness. The decision was final. I couldn't even muster the strength to shout. Knock, knock. Just then, a sound at the door. The person who entered was a colleague from the same department. His words, combined with the sound of the door closing in the now silent meeting room, marked the end of a chapter in my life. "Hey, Alvin. I packed up your stuff. It was easy, there wasn't much. You'll head straight home from here, right? Anyway, good luck." The paper bag he handed me contained only my bag, coat, and some stationery items I had brought in just that morning. I realized then how little of myself I had left behind on the desk I had used for a year. What had I been doing all this time? I was utterly exhausted. Before I knew it, I was standing outside the company building, clutching the paper bag. I had spent the past year chasing a dream. And now I stood there, hollow. A few months later, I returned to the countryside. Not exactly to Raymond's village, but to a district 2 areas away. It was far enough that I wouldn't encounter Raymond or my relatives. I couldn't bear to face Raymond. I had done the worst thing to someone who had cared for me. I lied, telling Raymond that I had moved on to another company. He called me once, but I couldn't bring myself to answer. Later, he sent me a message. When I nervously opened it, I found a single smiley face emoji, something he must have recently learned to use. It was so like Raymond, as if to proudly say, "Look what I can do now." Though I wanted to see him, the shame of facing him kept me from doing so and ultimately led me to take a job in an unremarkable place. It was a factory handling precision equipment parts, still relatively new. Unlike my time as an SA, I thought focusing on tangible tasks right in front of me would help keep my mind from wandering into unwanted thoughts. I couldn't help but feel a twinge of self-deprecation. My life always seemed to go this way. My mind and heart still felt trapped within some kind of shell. At my new workplace, everyone was kind and considerate, always looking out for the newcomer. It was just as I was about to enter my second month at work. That's when I was called in by Travis, the factory manager. I assumed he wanted to ask if I was settling in, but the reason turned out to be quite unexpected. He wanted my input as the newest employee. "Alvin, you used to work in programming or something like that, right?" "Yes. I used to develop programs tailored to meet client requirements." "Great. I knew you'd be the best person to ask. There's something I've been wanting to change here at the factory. Do you know what it might be?" He probably hadn't fully committed to changing the system yet. Travis kept glancing at my expression, waiting for my response. "Are you talking about the time cards?" "Yes, exactly. I was surprised myself. It's a new facility, yet the time cards are handwritten." I said it with a slight hesitation. "Exactly. You see, this is the countryside, so most businesses around here are still stuck in that old school way of thinking. But I really want to switch to something easier and more accurate. Could you come up with a good solution? If it's okay with you, I'll think about it." Travis stood up with a broad smile and firmly shook my hand. The truth was, I'd noticed the issue with the time cards almost immediately after starting. They might have planned to change it eventually, but time cards directly affect attendance records, overtime tracking, and ultimately payroll. It was something I knew needed addressing. Several ideas had already formed in my mind. 2 days later, after work, I went to see Travis again. "Alvin, do you think it's possible?" Travis asked, his eyes shining with anticipation. "Yes, I think so. A touch card system would be ideal. Employees would simply tap their cards when clocking in and out, which should be easy for everyone to adapt to. Since ID cards are already worn on lanyards, they can just carry them together." Travis listened to me, nodding as I spoke. It was probably within the range of what he had expected. I continued explaining. The data would sync directly to accounting. However, I understand that some employees might feel uneasy transitioning from a visual, manual system to something completely digital. To address that, we could integrate an app allowing them to view attendance records easily. I also know a reliable company I've worked with before who could handle the setup. I'd be happy to coordinate with them. Travis, who had been nodding up until now, suddenly grinned and stared at me intently. "You're amazing, Alvin. If it were just me, I'd have stopped at installing the machines and wouldn't have thought about making it user-friendly for everyone." "Okay. I'll contact headquarters right away. Once everything's approved, can I leave the negotiations and oversight to you?" Suddenly, memories of those past days flashed through my mind. The thought of stepping back into that world left me momentarily speechless. But it was also true that I had been seriously thinking about finding a way to make things better. And now, Travis was earnestly asking for my help to improve life for the people working in this factory. Clenching my sweat-drenched fists, I finally spoke. "Yes. I'll do it." Things moved quickly after that. Once headquarters gave the green light, I immediately reached out to a company I had worked with before. Thankfully, they remembered me, and the discussions progressed smoothly. Their swift response to our requests allowed the factory's timecard system to be upgraded in no time. Before the system went live, we held an explanatory meeting, and I made myself available to answer any questions. Still, I couldn't shake a lingering fear. I was worried people might say the old system was better for the projects I had been involved with. A week after the new system was implemented, we conducted a voluntary survey. Travis called me in so we could review the results together. But before we even looked at the survey, he entered the room and grabbed my shoulder firmly. "Alvin, you've been such a help. Look at what everyone's saying. I'm glad it's simple. The verification app is convenient. I've used something like this before. But this one responds faster and is more accurate. This is success. Alvin, you did it. I felt like I might collapse from relief. Until now, I had never shared much about my previous job, but this project made it impossible to keep it hidden any longer. Surprisingly, though, everyone showed genuine interest. What I once thought I never wanted to engage with again became a source of encouragement for my old self as I saw firsthand how my knowledge could make a difference. At the same time, I slowly recalled the feeling I had when learning about smartphones with Raymond. 2 weeks later, an unexpected announcement was made to all factory staff. Despite being in such a remote location, the factory was to receive a visit from the new president of the parent company that day. We were told to simply carry on with our work as usual, but the uncertainty of when they might arrive left everyone feeling subtly restless. However, before we knew it, the end of the workday arrived without any sign of the president. While it might have been a quiet observation visit, for the staff, it felt like an unnecessarily tense day. After getting changed and tidying myself up a bit, I headed to the reception room. Knocking on the door, I stepped inside to see Travis sitting across from someone who immediately stood and approached me. Her short, sleek hair, impeccably tailored suit, and warm smile that lifted the corners of her mouth could only be described as stunning. Alvin, good work today. This is the president, Margaret Hughes, whom I mentioned earlier. Miss Hughes, this is Alvin. I had been told that Miss Hughes had been observing the staff discreetly and wanted to speak with me after hours. However, the person who appeared before me was so far from the image of a company president I had in my mind that I froze in place. Alvin, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Margaret Hughes. Thank you for your significant contribution to improving the working environment. I quickly wiped my sweaty hands and lightly shook hers. No, the credit really goes to Travis for bringing it up in the first place. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't introduce myself properly. I'm Alvin. Alvin, she said, tilting her head slightly. Eh? Oh, is my name unusual? Ha ha. Immediately regretting how I had disrupted the flow of the conversation, I quietly took a seat at the edge of the room. Other factories have implemented similar systems, but we assumed, quite wrongly, that handwritten timecards would feel more familiar in this area. We didn't take the time to assess the situation properly, and that was negligence on my part as president. I'm very sorry. That's what Miss Hughes said. Watching her bow deeply to someone as new as me, I wondered if it was because she was still relatively new to her role. But instinctively, I felt she was a leader I could trust. She listened with a smile as I explained the system and shared my perspective on the staff. Eventually, it was time for her to leave. Factory work is challenging, I know. I'll do my best to make it more enjoyable for everyone. Travis, Alvin, I'm counting on you. Thank you. The moment the door closed, I sank into my chair. I must have been more nervous than I'd realized. Alvin, are you sure you don't know Miss Hughes? Of course not. That was my first time meeting her. Travis nodded knowingly before speaking again. Well, here's the thing. Miss Hughes left a message for you. She wants to know if you'd like to visit the headquarters sometime. What? Travis elaborated. Our parent company is basically the same type of business as your previous job, right? She said you could just think of it as a casual visit. If you're not interested, feel free to decline. She wanted me to ask on her behalf so you wouldn't feel pressured to agree. She's really a great president, isn't she? A visit, but what's the point? Just think it over. Sorry for keeping you late today. Good work. Travis patted me on the shoulder, and I left the factory. For someone like me, with no official position, visiting the headquarters felt entirely pointless. Miss Hughes was a mystery, someone I couldn't quite figure out. At the same time, she was someone who intrigued me. If I let this opportunity pass, I might never get the chance to speak with her again. Unable to sort out my emotions, I found myself facing the morning. While I hadn't fully come to terms with my feelings, I had made a decision. If I wanted answers, I had to dive in headfirst. The part of me that had been worn down at my previous job was slowly coming back to life. As soon as I arrived at work, I went straight to Travis to ask him to arrange the visit. The next day, dressed in a suit for the first time in ages, I boarded the bullet train and headed to the headquarters. Though it had only been a few months since I left the city, the crowds and pace made me feel out of place. As if I had forgotten how to walk among them. It reminded me of something Isaac had once said. Considering how most of my life had been spent in the countryside, it wasn't surprising that I felt overwhelmed. The headquarters building was far larger than that of my previous company. Swallowing nervously, I stepped inside. "Thank you for coming such a long way. Alvin, I'm so happy you're here." The moment I entered the president's office, Miss Hughes stood up from her chair and approached me. Her close proximity and approachable demeanor, so unlike the stereotypical image of a president, only heightened my nervousness as I was ushered to the sofa. "Actually, I've already discussed this with Travis, but the reason I called you here today is for something else." Just as Miss Hughes began speaking, her demeanor completely shifting from earlier, it happened. "I made an unforgivable mistake." The piercing sound of a ringtone echoed loudly through the president's office. It was my phone. I had forgotten to set it to silent after turning the volume up for my alarm that morning. "Oh, I'm so sorry. I'll turn it off immediately. Is something wrong? If it's an important call, please feel free to take it." The blaring sound of the ringtone felt as though it was growing distant. I hurried to silence it, only to see that the caller was Harry from my previous company. Back when I left, I didn't have the energy to clean up my contact list, and his number had remained. Seeing Miss Hughes watching me with concern, I blurted out the identity of the caller with foolish honesty. "Alvin, you can take the call here if you'd like." "Yes." Following her suggestion, I answered the call. "Hello, this is Alvin." "Alvin. Finally, I got through to you. Do you have a moment?" "What are you doing now?" "I'm working at a factory." The moment I said that, Harry burst into loud laughter that hurt my ears. "Ha ha. So you're at a factory now? Well, that's easy enough to leave. How about coming back to us?" "Ha? Are you saying to rejoin your company?" "Yeah, we're short-staffed right now. It's easier to bring you back than to train someone new." "When can you start?" "Make it quick, all right?" "Wait a minute. I never said I was coming back." Harry dismissed my protest with a derisive chuckle. "Don't worry. Until the busy season's over, I'll make sure the department keeps their complaints about you to a minimum." He had appeared out of nowhere, speaking in the same condescending tone as always. Dark, swirling emotions began to churn in my heart. As I remained silent, his carefree voice called out through the phone, "Hey, Alvin." It was at that moment Miss Hughes, who had been watching me intently, moved. She stood up, smoothly took my phone, and began speaking into it. "The call has been transferred. This is Margaret Hughes from Hughes Corporation." I was with Alvin, so I took the liberty of answering. "What? Hughes Corporation? President? Oh, it's an honor to speak with you." Miss Hughes had intentionally put the call on speakerphone, so Harry's panicked tone was loud and clear. Now that I think about it, I remember hearing a rumor back when I was still working there that we might secure a deal with a major company. At the time, I was so overwhelmed with my own tasks that I paid no attention to it, but it was probably referring to Hughes Corporation. As a massive company involved in numerous industries, Harry's panicked reaction made complete sense. "I overheard a bit of your conversation. Something about wanting him to return to your company. Ha, how amusing. Allow me to say one thing, let's not play games, shall we? I felt as though I had just witnessed Miss Hughes's true strength. Perhaps this was the power of someone in a position of leadership. Her voice carried a slight laugh, but her eyes were intensely serious. Almost intimidating. Even over the phone, that commanding presence must have come across. A trembling voice came through the phone. "No, I just thought, instead of doing repetitive factory work anyone can do, maybe he'd want to come back and work with us again." I wasn't joking or anything. Harry's words made me forget the situation entirely as I exploded in anger. "Are you kidding me? Anyone can do it? This is work you couldn't even begin to understand with your lack of teamwork skills." For the first time, I yelled out my own feelings. As I caught my breath, Miss Hughes gestured for me to sit down, then spoke calmly but firmly. "I see. Without the hard work of factory workers, society as we know it simply wouldn't function. For a company like ours, with its own factories, trusting a company that doesn't understand this would be difficult." What do you mean by that?" Harry stammered. "Exactly what I said. Oh, and by the way, there's a rumor that an audit might be coming your way soon. Apparently, evidence has been gathered by former employees who've left your company alleging harassment, excessive overtime, and unpaid wages. The SE department, in particular, seems to have been the worst." Wait. If that happens, how am I supposed to explain this to my superiors? And canceling the contract over something like this? Don't get all hysterical on me just because you're a woman. Stop this. Take it back. Harry shouted, his voice growing distant. Harry's ranting voice grew distant. With all the yelling he had done, it wouldn't have been surprising if someone nearby had come to investigate. Though the call was still connected, there was no sign of Harry returning, prompting Miss Hughes to let out a small sigh before raising her voice slightly. "Very well, then. The contract is cancelled, and you are not to contact Alvin again. Oh, and for your information, this conversation was recorded. Goodbye." Wait. Please reconsider, please. What will happen to me? What am I supposed to do? With a quiet but decisive motion, Miss Hughes ended the call. I couldn't say a word, merely watching in silence. "Sorry for acting without consulting you first. Did you want to return to them?" "Not at all." My immediate response made Miss Hughes smile. I had a feeling there were red flags with that company. Still, I'd heard they had a very talented SE, so we decided to proceed with the contract. To think they had already left, I feel a bit deceived. But I'm glad things turned out this way. I see. Let's get back to the main topic. The reason I asked you to come here. Alvin, would you consider working here with us? What? Haha, you're the talented SE I mentioned earlier. Alvin, I know you won numerous awards in programming competitions back when you were a student. In this industry, you were seen as a highly sought-after talent. Our company wanted to recruit you too, but we assumed you were headed to university. Since we required a degree for entry, we missed our chance then. It was true that I often participated in those kinds of competitions as part of my studies. People were often surprised when I mentioned that I was self-taught. I frequently received business cards back then, but as a high school graduate, it was hard to find companies that would hire me at the time. But things are different for mid-career hires. Alvin, would you bring your skills here and work with us? Well, As I looked down, unable to respond, Miss Hughes stood up and began rummaging through her bag. Miss Hughes? You're in an unfamiliar place being asked a big question. I don't expect you to decide right away. Let's head back. Miss Hughes? Miss Hughes grabbed my hand, leading me out of the building and straight into a car. Before I knew it, we were already boarding the bullet train. Even though it was only my second time meeting her, her decisiveness, bordering on forcefulness, had already surprised me more than once. Yet, there was something about her actions that didn't feel imposing, and I realized that might be her charm. By the time we arrived, it was nearly 9 p.m. Somehow, Travis had already been informed, and he was waiting with his arms crossed at the factory. Good grief, Alvin. That company of yours was something else. The harassment calls wouldn't stop until just now. I told them off, though said it was their own fault. And don't worry, everything was recorded as per President Hughes's instructions. Thank you. And I'm sorry for the late hour, but let me get to the point. I've asked Alvin to join us. As the factory manager, I'd like you to share your thoughts with him directly. Travis looked at me, his steady gaze making it clear he expected an honest answer. Alvin, do you like working at the factory? Well, yes, I think it suits me. But, I think it's because I like this place and the people I work with. That's why I agreed to help with the time card project, because it would make things easier for everyone. If I were asked to do the same at another factory, I'm not sure. Even I thought my response sounded childish. But it was my honest feeling. This place and these people had been the ones to pull me out of my shell when I had nothing left. Got it. So, do you think you're ready to return to being an SE? The directness of Travis's words made me break into a cold sweat. One more thing I'm grateful for about this factory is that it helped me remember my roots. I was reminded of the time I first felt like my knowledge truly helped someone. That moment inspired me to work harder and make a difference for others. I took a deep breath and turned to face Travis and Miss Hughes. I want to try again. I want to move forward as a systems engineer. Looking at the two people who had done so much to support me, I felt nothing but gratitude. Miss Hughes, I leave Alvin in your capable hands. Please take good care of him. Of course. He was originally a candidate for headhunting. To bring someone on board whom we thought we'd lost is an incredible opportunity. I'll make sure his salary is double what it was at his previous company, potentially up to 10 times more depending on his performance. So, please don't cry. Travis, now in tears, patted my back firmly. Although I was startled by the salary figures, what mattered most to me was the overwhelming desire to meet their expectations. I'm truly grateful to this factory. Yes, this factory has saved many people. Honestly, I had no idea the founder, Mr. Hughes, would do something like this. It's fine, Miss Hughes interjected. I was surprised too when my grandfather told me. Alvin. The one who decided to build this factory here was my grandfather, Raymond Hughes. For a moment, I thought I must have misheard. Even if I hadn't, it wasn't an especially uncommon name. But I remembered it clearly. It was something we had talked about when I had just started visiting his house. Hughes? Oh. Alvin. My name is Raymond Hughes. Don't forget it. Raymond Hughes. Are you talking about the Raymond who lived in the district nearby? When I hesitantly asked, Miss Hughes suddenly embraced me. I knew it. I knew you were Alvin. She hugged me tightly, tears streaming down her face, but her smile radiated joy. Her expression bore a resemblance to Raymond's face on the day he made his first call, full of a quiet happiness. The night had grown late, and after parting ways with Travis, Miss Hughes and I found ourselves in the lounge of a nearby hotel. Her secretary had already arranged accommodations after we left the headquarters. Under the soft glow of dim lights, we raised our glasses lightly in a toast. Our company was founded when my grandpa was young. I'm the third-generation president. People often mistake us for a long-established firm because of our size, but it's only been around for a little over 60 years. And it's been Grandpa's life's work, she said, taking a sip of her cocktail. Raymond, he must have been an incredible person. Sorry. It's fine. There's no need for formalities over drinks. Let's keep it casual. She smiled and took another sip. Dad barely remembers Grandpa's face. He was an only child and was always told by Grandma to focus on his studies since he was destined to take over the company. Grandpa was rarely home. Even after Dad joined the company, communication was limited to messages relayed through his secretary. The first time Dad properly saw Grandpa's face again was when he took over as president. "That must have been lonely for your father," I said. The feeling of someone being present yet absent must have been entirely different from the sense of loss I had experienced. However, I found it curious that Miss Hughes didn't seem to harbor any resentment toward Raymond. If Dad hadn't met Mom, I doubt he would have taken over the company, Miss Hughes said with a chuckle. "Mom's the strongest person I know." When Grandpa was hospitalized for a long time, it sped up Dad's appointment as president. Dad refused to visit, so Mom gave him a punch to the face. Wow, haha. Eventually, Grandpa didn't meet with anyone, not even after stepping down as president. But Mom kept sending him postcards and photos. She believed losing connections with others wasn't an option, especially since Grandma passed away early. In the end, Dad gave in and even joined family photos. I grew up loving a grandfather I never met, always wondering when I'd finally see him. But after he retired, it became even harder to meet him. Listening to her story, I began to understand. Raymond likely intended to disappear. He had done everything he could and was ready to leave behind a world that no longer needed him. Of course, I couldn't say such a thing to Miss Hughes, his granddaughter. However, it seemed my expression had given me away. "You're probably right," Miss Hughes said. Grandpa must have thought the best thing was to leave the company behind and remove himself entirely. But that day, our family's whole world turned upside down. That day? Yes. The day of the phone call. With a smile as radiant as a blooming flower, Miss Hughes spoke. When the phone rang, we were stunned. Mom had just been saying she was about to call Grandpa's new phone number, which she'd gotten from a card she sent him. The first time I heard his voice, it was quieter than I imagined, more accented, and much kinder than I expected. She gazed into the distance, lost in the memories. I downed the remaining alcohol in my glass and ordered another. I remember that day. Raymond, who was always so confident, kept debating whether to make the call. It was almost like watching someone preparing to confess their love, so nervous and unsure. I didn't know the details, but I was happy for him. Yes, Grandpa told us. He said Alvin helped him that day. From then on, he started calling us more frequently. We had so many conversations. He'd talk about how Isaac only visited when he wanted to avoid studying. But mostly, he talked about Alvin. He said you needed a place to shout your heart out. That you were smart enough to do anything. Raymond. At that moment, Miss Hughes gently placed her hand over mine, which rested on the counter. Thank you. Truly. It's because of you that Grandpa found the strength to try again. No. If anything, I'm the one who was supported by Raymond. But I shut myself away after failing as a working adult and never even visited him. I need to go see him. His house hasn't changed, has it? Had I asked the wrong thing? Miss Hughes's face suddenly lost all expression. The signal to close the lounge came through, and we left without saying much else. Alvin, I'll call you tomorrow, thank you for today. Yes. Good night. She quickly disappeared into the elevator. Though nothing was said outright, I couldn't shake a sense of foreboding. The reality I learned from Miss Hughes's call the next day was beyond anything I could have prepared for. The next morning, I waited outside the factory for our scheduled meeting. On the dot, Miss Hughes arrived in a taxi. After brief greetings, I climbed into the car, still unaware of our destination. I hadn't slept at all, and even now, I wasn't sure what to say to her. You know, Grandpa was the one who insisted on building that factory in that location, she said. What? Raymond? Why would he want it built in such a remote area? I was on the phone with him, like always. He was talking about how he'd let his vegetables wither, and I finally said I'd come help him. That's when he spoke in a voice more serious than I'd ever heard. I turned my gaze to her as she looked out the window, waiting for her to continue. He asked me to have the factory built there. I'd often talked to him about work, and I told him it was too remote, even for a mid-sized Hughes Corporation factory. But Grandpa said this to me. It's because it's Hughes's factory. In these times, we need workplaces where people who are lost or stuck in life can feel like they can start over. We'll build dormitories and offer certification support. Please, Margaret, I'm begging you. Any extra costs, I'll cover them myself. I was speechless. This was a side of Raymond I had never known. I couldn't hide my astonishment. I agreed with Grandpa. I thought it was a beautiful idea. My father tried to stop me, but I went ahead with it. And Grandpa was right, it turned out to be a fantastic factory. When I told him, he kept saying thank you, Margaret, over and over. I could tell, even through the phone, that he was bowing repeatedly. A smile finally returned to my face. I wanted to meet Raymond, to thank him, to see him again. I looked out the window and noticed we had left the countryside behind and entered the city center. I was about to ask where we were going when I noticed Miss Hughes biting her lip and looking down. Miss Hughes? Suddenly, Grandpa's voice cut out, and I heard a loud thud. No matter how much I called out to him, he didn't respond. I immediately arranged for an ambulance and rushed there with my mother. My heart raced uncontrollably. At the same time, my face went pale, and dizziness set in. I didn't want to hear the rest. But the taxi stopped. Looking up, I saw we were in front of the largest general hospital in the region. Dragging my heavy feet, I followed Miss Hughes into the bustling hospital. It was a subarachnoid hemorrhage. He survived, but his consciousness has remained diminished ever since. If it happens again, there's no guarantee. No, that can't be. Memories of the emails from Raymond flooded back. The typos, they weren't just because he was unfamiliar with the phone. They were signs of his illness, the initial symptoms. I could do nothing but cradle my head, overwhelmed by regret for a past I could no longer change. Alvin, I'm sorry for bringing you here without explaining. Grandpa might not recognize you or even speak. But will you meet him? I nodded silently. Even if he couldn't speak, there was something I needed to tell him. The special ward was eerily quiet. I wanted to believe it was because of soundproofing. In my mind, I couldn't stop imagining what state Raymond might be in. I told myself not to let my emotions take over, forcing my composure as I followed her, knocking on the door and stepping in. That's when it happened. I told her, your reason for working is for your mother and the baby in your belly. That's how contracts were won in my day. Please, Raymond, don't tell funny stories while I'm checking your temperature. Oh. The room, complete with a small kitchen, echoed with a familiar thick dialect that instantly took me back. Grandpa. Margaret. You came. I'm feeling quite well today. And that man, is he one of the companies? As the nurse stepped aside, I slowly approached the bed. Raymond looked much the same, but his face was gaunt, and his arms, visible above the blanket, were thin and frail. Would he even recognize me, someone he hadn't seen in years? Would he remember someone who selfishly cut off contact? I stood next to Miss Hughes, slowly lifting my face. I must have looked utterly pathetic. Then, before I knew it, my arm was pulled forward with surprising strength. You're Alvin, aren't you? Looks like you've grown taller than me. And that hairstyle, getting all stylish, huh? You're still a troublemaker. Raymond. Raymond. How could such thin arms muster this much strength? My hair was left completely disheveled. Memories of the day he first invited me to his home came flooding back, along with a cascade of emotions I couldn't contain. Raymond. I failed. I didn't even last a year. I couldn't stand the pressure. I ran away from it all. From you. You sent me so many messages. And I didn't even read them. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. What nonsense are you talking about, Alvin? You're helping me fulfill my final dream, aren't you? Margaret told me everything. Alvin. You're a good man who can face his weaknesses. I know that much. You have nothing to apologize for. The rough hand that had messed up my hair now patted my head gently. Alvin, you've got a great smile now. I'm glad I got to see it. Raymond used to pat my head every time I won an award. But back then, I didn't know how to react. I don't know what kind of face I made back then, but now I could finally let myself feel the joy of being praised by Raymond. While Miss Hughes stepped out to speak with the doctor, I had a long conversation with Raymond. He told me about emailing one of her overseas friends, using the manual I made to handle unfamiliar bills. Fixing Isaac's smartphone issues, there seemed to be no end to his stories. For a moment, I convinced myself that Raymond was merely resting here and had already recovered. Grandpa, it's time for your meal. We're going to grab something to eat and be right back, okay? Margaret, Alvin, make sure you eat well too. Oh, Margaret. What is it? Margaret, I can't thank you enough for indulging my selfishness. Being a president must be tough, but now you've got Alvin. Do things your way. And don't let anyone argue with the founder. Raymond lightly raised his fist, and Miss Hughes instinctively grabbed his arm. After a brief pause, she smiled and said, Grandpa, this isn't your first selfish request, you know. Ha ha. Is that so? Alvin, am I selfish? Quite a bit. Leaving behind the sound of our laughter, Miss Hughes and I made our way to the hospital cafeteria. Unlike before, she sat down silently, saying nothing. She ordered only tea, and without much thought, I ordered coffee. Seeing her sitting across from me with her head bowed, I was reminded once again that we were in a hospital. Miss Hughes. My parents are on their way. They said they felt something ominous this morning and caught the first train here. The doctor also told me to be prepared. As she broke down in tears, I held her hands tightly. Please, don't let this miracle end. There's so much left to do living together as a family, bringing Raymond to the factory, and more. So, please, don't let it end. I prayed silently, over and over, into the darkness behind my closed eyelids. Just as I was about to suggest we return to Raymond's room, her phone rang sharply. When we rushed back to the room, we found her parents, doctors, nurses, and Raymond in the middle of an emergency. The Raymond I saw then was nothing like the one from earlier. Doctor. Raymond is saying something. The family should know, the doctor began. Raymond had requested no life-prolonging measures. He wanted to be able to speak if family or anyone close was present in his final moments. Miss Hughes's father bit his lip hard before nodding. Please. In the room filled only with the sound of medical machines, Raymond slowly opened his eyes and began to speak. His voice faint yet somehow clear to everyone. As Raymond spoke, his family responded through tears. Eventually, the doctor's expressions began to darken. The time of farewell seemed to have arrived. I fought back the urge to scream, to break down in tears. This was the family's final moment with Raymond. It wasn't my place to intrude. Grandpa? Miss Hughes's voice broke as she called out to him. Startled, I opened my tightly shut eyes. Raymond, muttering faintly like a dream, raised a hand with a faint smile in his eyes. Vin, hungry, aren't you? Careful, it's hot, that's it, tastes good, doesn't it? A long tone signaling farewell echoed through the room, and the doctor solemnly announced the time of death. I held the hand that had saved me, clutching it tightly as I called Raymond's name over and over. Raymond's funeral was held quietly at his home in the countryside. Later, the company planned to hold a separate memorial service. Many people came to pay their respects, my relatives, factory staff who had learned of his passing, and others. Still unable to fully process it, I busied myself helping with the funeral arrangements before stepping out into the yard for a moment of quiet. Slacking off, are we? Isaac. Dressed in morning attire, Isaac plopped down next to me with a heavy sigh. You know, I keep wondering why Raymond reached out to me when I was a kid. Isaac replied matter-of-factly, as if it were obvious. Because he already knew about you. I told him. I said, there's this kid who's been through hell, no parents, shuffled around by relatives. Oh. And he's got a pretty cool name. What? That first day I met Raymond, he had already known everything and called out to me anyway. He must have realized how hard it was for me at my relative's house, so he kept his door open for me. I pulled out my phone and, after a deep breath, began opening the messages from Raymond I hadn't read before. The hydrangeas are blooming in the yard. They're blue. Did the photo send properly? Dug up too many sweet potatoes. Overdoing it is never good. Can't finish them all. Joined a mochi making event. Came back with mountains of the stuff. Spring seems to be here. The plums are blooming. Beautiful as ever. My hands trembled as I held the phone. Now, I finally understood the love Raymond had packed into those brief messages. He had made it so I could return any time without hesitation. Had I gone back, he would have welcomed me as always. I would have helped with the yard work as if nothing had happened. I should have let myself rely on Raymond's endless generosity. The regret was unbearable. No, it wasn't just regret, it was the overwhelming grief of living in a world without him. I wish I could see him again. Yeah, me too. Whoa! Isaac was gone, replaced by Miss Hughes. She stood there, offering a sad smile as she looked at me. The doctor told me that the day before Grandpa passed away, he was in a very critical condition, fading in and out. And they had planned to monitor him until the next morning before contacting the family, but that day, he suddenly seemed better. And before they could even call us, we arrived, Mom and Dad, too, and he must have been waiting for us. Using his last bit of strength to welcome us just like always. Yes, that's so like Raymond, right to the very end. Miss Hughes smiled softly, letting out a gentle laugh. Beneath the vast garden before me, pale blue hydrangeas began to peek out as if bidding farewell to their master. Nearly a year had passed since then. The company I first worked for had apparently gained notoriety as a black company. Rumor in the industry suggested that its poor working conditions made its collapse only a matter of time. As for my former department head, Harry, word had it that after being fired, he struggled to find a job in the same industry and ended up working part-time at a junk parts store. I was fortunate to receive high praise within the company. Focusing on aftercare and updates for clients we had previously worked with proved effective, leading to a significant increase in sales. Now, I serve as a team leader, holding the position of section chief. Of course, I make it a priority to finish work by the end of the day. Today, being Friday, everyone else had also left promptly at the end of their shifts. I hurried to the station in a rush. Barely making it in time, I sank into my reserved seat, only to notice a familiar figure, equally out of breath, sitting in the seat next to me. Oh, wait. Miss Hughes? Weren't you supposed to board tomorrow morning? He. Surprised? Of course, I'm going with you. Oh, and remember, no calling me Miss Hughes. Right, sorry. Margaret. With a satisfied smile, Margaret slowly settled into her seat. As a president, Margaret continued to excel. When she first inherited the position at a young age, she faced criticism from other companies. However, her ability to grow the business, integrate regional revitalization efforts, and support job seekers in need garnered attention across various fields. No one dismissed her as just young anymore. We were heading to an early memorial service to mark the first anniversary of the passing. Isaac called me. He said he's taking good care of Raymond's house. This year, Isaac started working full-time at the factory. Although his family home is nearby, he decided to live independently. With permission from Margaret's parents, he's renting Raymond's house under the condition that it remains well-maintained. Reports say that Isaac, once far from being a serious worker, has become incredibly diligent and reliable. Yes, Isaac has changed a lot. I've heard he's doing great at the factory, too. Yeah. He's protecting Grandpa's home while working there. It's probably just what Grandpa would have wanted. As we watched the sunset outside the train window, we smiled quietly. Margaret's profile, illuminated by the evening glow, shimmered beautifully. You know, Alvin, don't you think our relationship is kind of unusual? What? If Grandpa hadn't been there, we might never have met. But now, I'm the president and you're a team leader. It feels like Grandpa's been guiding us all along. Margaret's voice trembled slightly. I feel. As the train entered a long tunnel, Margaret's hand reached over and held mine. In the darkness, we silently affirmed our feelings for each other. When the train emerged from the tunnel, we were already more than just colleagues, we had become partners. To know that someone cares for you is one of the greatest joys in life. Even if you never realize it during their lifetime, if you've been a small source of support for someone along the way, that's a life worth being proud of.